Okay, interpreters, may you please give your information?
Hello, my name is Jacob Lipschitz. Buenas noches, soy Jacobo Lipschitz. Cualquier información para accesar la sesión en español tienen que marcar al 347-966-4114. Repito, 347-966-4114. Y la clave de identificación es 343-815-573. Repito, 343-815-573. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the Mandarin interpretation?
Hello, how are you doing, everyone? My name is Danny Tong. I'm the Mandarin interpreter for tonight. 大家好，这个会议马上要开始，我是你们的国语翻译。
Mandarin interpretation, do you have the phone line for parents to call in?
Yes, I'm in that line already.
Can you give the information out loud? And then also put it in the chat, please, and Spanish interpretation as well. So we will begin. I would like to ask council members on the citywide council for District 75. If you would like to begin the calendar meeting before the business meeting this evening, we have a combined meeting for this month, March. So we'd like to know if members would like to begin with the calendar meeting, which is a presentation from our district office as well as a superintendent's report.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other members?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so do we have any other members? If we are unanimous, we can move forward with having a calendar meeting before the business meeting, and we will conduct both calendar and business this evening. If I can just get a thumbs up or in the chat, appreciate it. Glad. Co-President Green, we will move forward with the calendar meeting this evening. We'll call for order for calendar meeting of March 2023. Today, Wednesday, the calendar meeting of February 2023, Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. We will begin with roll call. Recording Secretary Montalvan, are you ready to take roll call?
Hi, yes, good evening. I'm starting roll call now at 6:08 PM. Ms. Christy Angel. Present. Ms. Constance Asiadu. Ms. Celia Green.
Present.
Ms. Aisha Husbands.
Present.
Ms. Patricia Jewett.
Present.
Ms. Joanne Jones.
Present.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence.
Present.
Ms. Christy Montalvan, present. Mr. Angel Morales. Mr. Craig Spencer
Present.
and Ms. Amy Ming Tsai.
Present.
Okay. We have 9 members present. If anyone comes in, please just send me a message with the time you came in. Thank you.
Ms. Montalvan, can you call Constance again? Because she's been on for a while.
Oh, okay.
Might have stepped away.
Ms. Constance Asiadu.
Here.
Okay, So we have 10 members present. And we have quorum.
Thank you, Councilmember Montalban.
Thank you. We will need to have a timekeeper this evening. Any council members like to volunteer? We would like to keep time this evening. Okay, I will keep time for President Green. We will go to a moment of silence this evening. Like to keep families and communities in our prayers. There's a lot of things happening that is hard to grieve, and I think we are here in spirit for everyone's loss, or those that are ill or maybe at home ill or in hospitals. So like to keep everyone in a moment of silence for prayers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will begin. Co-President Green, your hands up.
I just want to say one thing quickly. Since we did a moment of silence, I want to let everyone know that a great parent leader passed away yesterday, Miss Nada Franco, who was definitely a friend to this council. She served as the CCSE appointee to CCHS. She served on CCSE itself, and she served for several years in District 7 as District 7's president for the CEC. And she was always a champion, especially for children with special needs. So I just wanted to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-President Green. We will go to motion to adopt the agenda this evening. We'd like to hear from members of the council on the items, if they'd like to add or take away or remain the same. I see your hand up, Councilmember Spencer.
Thank you, Co-President Green. Greetings, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Keeping in mind that the calendar meeting is before the business meeting this evening, unanimously agreed upon by the council, I move that the topic that I'm supposed to speak about in reference to addition to the agenda, addition to the bylaws, I moved that that be tabled to the next calendar meeting, because before we can present anything to the public, I think we have to talk about it in our business meeting. So that's the only thing I see on the calendar meeting agenda that I'd like to alter. Thank you.
Thank you. We will remove this item from the calendar agenda and postpone it to the next calendar agenda, or yes, and then we will just maintain the item for the business meeting for this evening for you to discuss. I see Councilmember Jewett's hands up. You may speak.
Yes, I would just like to add the topic of our meeting flyers, how we disseminate the information for the meetings on the agenda.
I apologize. Can you repeat that again?
I would like to respectfully add the topic of the notices, the flyers for the meetings to our agenda.
Duly noted. Thank you, Councilmember Jewett. Any other council members? I don't see any hands up and I don't see any council members. So any council member would like to motion to adopt the agenda, with the two items, Mr. Spencer and Councilmember Jewett. Councilmember Spencer, you'd like to motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, Co-President Tsai.
Thank you. I need a second, second motion. A second to this motion for Councilmember Spencer.
Councilmember Jewett has her hand up.
Councilmember Jewett, do you second? the
I
motion?
second. I second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Spencer and second by Councilmember Jewett. Recording Secretary Montalban, are you ready for a roll call?
Sure, as long as there's no discussion needed. Is it okay? No one wants to discuss anything?
We just discussed it. I don't think anybody has any additions. They will move forward with the
Okay.
motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay. Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Acedo,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Christy Montalban, yes. Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
and Ms. Amy Meng Tsai.
Yes.
Okay, we have 9 yeses. The motion has passed.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Montalban. We will begin this evening from our district office of District 75 to share their presentation on the district's funding. We have Miss Shona Gibson. Shona, are you there?
I am here. Thank you so much, Amy and the council. Let me just check that I can share my screen. It's been a while since I've done this. I also want to say how very sorry I was to hear about Nita Franco. She was a great partner to New York City Public Schools and a great advocate for children. And I was very sad. Thank you so much for sharing that, Councilmember Green. All right, I am having a problem sharing my screen. Hold on, just I'm sure you can't see it, right?
No, not yet. You are a co-host, so
Okay, can you
Okay.
can you see it now?
Not as yet.
Oh my gosh, you lose the okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Kamal. Shauna, I could
You
try to
wanna-
share mine and see
You
if
want to
that
try and
works.
share it? Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry I'm
Try.
having problems today.
try.
First, so as I am joined today by our Director of Finance, Kamal Salfarley, and our Senior Grants Officer, Junaid Kumar. And the reason why I am the one doing the talking is that Kamal is under the weather. And so he's come to the meeting to pitch in if he can, but he's really not doing that great. So I thank him for being here and I thank Junaid for being here. So as we're trying to figure out how to share the screen, I'm going to give an overview of how District 75 is funded. As I think many of you know, District 75 is not funded under the Fair Student Funding Formula, which is a funding formula that assigns weights to students. And so schools get get funding based on the students and the different sort of characteristics that the students have. Difference with districts 1 through 32 and district 75 is that district 75 is funded by class. And then there are additional allocations that are added based on category. So I'm dying to share this actual graphic with you. So let me take, are you able to do it, Kamal?
I need permission to share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can someone make Kamal
Yes, you
Safarli a
should be a
co-host?
co-host. Come on.
Okay, great. Let me try now.
See, Kamal
Okay.
is the expert here, not me. So
Okay.
what you have in front of you, and I'll sort of talk about this graphic and then we can scroll up to the actual categories, is like a pie chart representation of the percentages of distribution. The overall budget for District 75 is about $1.6 billion. Oops, it's gone.
Oh,
and-
I'm sorry.
No, it's there now. Yeah, so now you're going to go to the top.
Okay. Is that fine?
Yeah, if you could scroll up just a tad, a little bit, Kamal, so that we can see the entire table.
Okay, let me see if this helps.
And I'm assuming that everybody can see this, right?
Does that help or no?
It works for me. If someone could just unmute and say, yes, we can see Kamal's screen, that would be great. I can see it. But I just
Yes,
want to
we
make
can
sure.
see
Great.
it.
we can see
Thank
it.
you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just talk my way through it and then you may need to scroll down a little bit, Kamal, because it's not showing the entire thing. So this is the distribution of like the different funding categories. So administration and BCO, that basically covers our superintendent's team and our operations team, the citywide office, CCD75, that's you guys. CCSE is Citywide Council for Special Education. And the reason why their budget sits on RTO is just it needed a place to sit and there isn't a district associated with that council. Chapter 683 represents 13.25% of our overall funding. That is, of course, all of the funding that goes towards Chapter 683 programming in July and in August. Counseling is 2%. And then I want to draw your attention to direct instruction, which is almost 50% of the entire budget. And direct instruction is teachers and principals and assistant principals and all the things that happen in schools. It's not the only thing that represents instruction for our students, but that is that particular component. As I think many of you know, home and hospital is part of the District 75 family and is about 2.6%. IDA is like just under 1%. And then our IEP paraprofessionals are almost 12% of the total budget. NISTL, which is the New York State, this is where the acronyms, this is why my
Textbook law. New York State textbook law.
That's for our curriculum materials. And then, I mean, everything else is relatively self-explanatory. Occupational therapy is almost 4%. Parent coordinators are a set-aside cost or a different line item. Physical therapy is 1.67%. Our placement team, because as you know, in District 75, we have our own placement team, is that's what that cost represents, pre-kindergarten. And then the private category is some of those funds that are donated to us or used for programming that perhaps the superintendent might use for enrichment, et cetera. And professional development. I'm going to go through this line by line, but you can all read this. Reimbursable programs are those programs where they are either grant-based or they are part of federal funds. So like if there are Title III funds, which would be for students who are English language learners or any other kind of title funds or grant, that falls under the reimbursable programs funding. Related services, again, unsurprisingly, is a significant proportion of our percentages. Specialized equipment, any of those modified equipment or technical devices that we provide to students is included in our budget. And then speech services. I want to draw your attention to stimulus. Stimulus is based on both either ARPA or CRSA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act or the COVID Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act. Those are both monies that the city received as part of the pandemic. They are going to sunset at some point. I believe it is in a few months into the new school year. But we got stimulus funds this year. Support services are 1.45%, and then there's like other miscellaneous under 1%, which, as I said, sort of adds up to that almost 1.6 billion total. And then you can see this represented as a pie chart. If you could scroll up a little bit, Kamal, thank you so much. And that just shows you how the monies are distributed as a percentage wise as a pie chart. So that's just a very quick overview of how that works. And then what Kamal is showing is the actual sort of like more detailed breakdown by allocation category, which is how we think of our funding and how we spend, how we manage that on allocation. I think I'm going to take a break here, and I'm going to actually ask you, Kamal, if there's anything that you want to add.
Okay, so excuse me, the section at the bottom here, if you look in the middle where it says category, that represents the categories at the top in the chart. You know, so that if, let's say, you saw a category and you were wondering what specific funding that is, in this chart here, it will tell you, for example, you see reimbursable, you see chapter 683, right? And so if you look at the chart above, if you look at this table where it says reimbursable, right? Reimbursable here is represented lower down on this chart here, where every single thing that's reimbursable is identified, so that it'll make sense to you. If you want the details, you can look and see all of the different funding sources, types of money that get into D75 that's been labeled as reimbursable.
Thank you, Kamal. So, and council, we're happy to share this information with you, so that if you want to share it with the council members, chairs Green and Sai, we're able to do that. We're happy to take questions. As I said, this is a sort of like overview, but I'm happy to take any questions or answer any specific items.
Thank you. Yes, if you can share with us this presentation, and then also just to review it and give feedback when we can to the district as to, you know, any questions or concerns. Any council members would like to ask a question? I don't see any hands up right now.
Okay, one thing that
Mr. Spencer's hand is up. I'm sorry.
Mr. Spencer's hand is up. Before you unmute, Mr. Spencer, I just one thing that I did not mention is that you would think that a lot of these funding allocations are based on mandates and needs, right? So we project our students, we have our students, we take care of our students. So there's no wriggle room for us to decide that we're going to have fewer parent coordinators or fewer speech services like that. I just want to say that that is driven in part also by not only by our classes, but by our related services mandates. I'm sorry, please, I'm done now, but thank you for letting me interject that.
Councilmember Spencer.
Thank you, Co-President Sai. Hi, Shauna, how are you? Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
A great presentation. Since we're just getting this, can the council respectfully, and Co-President Sai, Co-President Green, I don't want to speak for the council, but I think it's fair to say that we would like to digest this and revisit these numbers with questions maybe at our next calendar meeting or our joint calendar meeting in April. That's my first request. And my second request is I'm a member of SLT on my daughter's in my daughter's school, and are we allowed, or is this just for council's eyes, or is this something that can be shared in an SLT? I want to just be careful in terms of what my ask is, and I want to respect the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Spencer. That is I'm going to take your questions in reverse order, if that's all right. The first one is, if I could just double check about, I don't see this being a problem, but I just want to double check, and we will get a response to you. And then back to your first question, we would be more than happy if the council want to take some time, take a look at this, have specific questions. We'd be happy to do a follow-up. You know, and I'll tell you, if you can get us the questions ahead of time, that's even better, because we'll have better answers for you.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking, and Councilmember Husbands, I recognize, I'll be brief. Just the last calendar meeting, Deputy Superintendent Kleinberg had mentioned in terms of there's a mid-season assessment in terms of what the summer, you know, what to plan for the summer and the upcoming fall. And I think this council will want to take a look at this, see what the distribution is, match that with what the assessments are, and that way we can leave the next council that's elected in May an idea of what they're looking at come July and August and September. So that's why, that's the purpose of my ask. I know that's, you know, like Secretary Montafon I mentioned, recovery is a big thing, and that's the main reason for the ask. So thank you so much.
Hi, so I just, this is Kamal again. I'd just like to say that this budget is for the period of July 1 of 2022 through June 30th of 2023. So July, August, and September would belong to next fiscal year for the DOE, which basically means that this budget is not a budget that will affect July and beyond of this year. That would be a new budget we'll receive sometime probably in late June or something for planning for, you know, July through the next school year. But I mean, this is a great reference document. You know, if you know, you have any questions, and like Shauna said, we'd be happy to, you know, take a look at your questions if you can, you know, provide it to us in advance so we could have better answers for you.
Right, yeah, and also we have also new District 75 parent leaders and other CECs that may want to be privy to how the district breaks down and how it goes locally into their council. So let me yield the floor. Thank you so much. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Councilmember Husbands.
Thank you. I just have a question. I see there is a allocation for other. I wanted to know what would that entail?
Okay,
and what's
so
how do we determine what other, what
okay,
is?
so let's scroll down to other, right? So other really is an allocation category that does not easily fit into one of these other categories, right? So let's look at specifically what other is here. I see reimbursable, I see private. There must be one that says other. Okay, I do not see it.
That's such a great question. It's probably something just, you know, like one-off purchase or something like that.
I'm sorry,
okay, here we go.
Here it is. Okay, so other is this. Okay, so do you see here where it says TLASAHHCW? So
Yes.
this here is a type of funding that is given to us just to be able to process a transfer or some kind of transaction. So for example, if let's say you're going from one school to another, I need to use some money to remove you, and then I need to transfer you to wherever you're going and put you back there. And so this is kind of fake money, and that's why it's a big red and it has a 0 in it, because it's kind of a way to move somebody from one place to the other without actually using money to transfer somebody. And so it's called hold harmless, right? And so because it's not real money that we actually get, it's shown in red here with a negative, with no dollar amount. Because if we actually had to count that into the total amount of money we had, we would be giving you a number that's not real. District 75 doesn't really have that fake money. they actually have the total amount that we have here in schools, which is the, I'm just going to the bottom to quote that amount, the 1.5 billion. Okay, so here is another other that's down here. It's called terminal and other paid leaves. Okay, this particular funding here is it's provided by Central to fund someone who's out on a leave, and so it's not really funding to support our schools and our students. It's more to pay for someone while they're out on a leave. Right, so these are the two, I believe. Let me see if there's a third one.
There was one up there.
Oh, sabbatical. So sabbatical as well is another type of leave where you know, a teacher will take a leave to you know, go to school or something. They'll take a sabbatical, and so these types of funding is what it falls into this other category.
Okay, I understand. One more question. The speech services, does that include hearing services as well? Because I didn't see a separate.
That is such a great question. I'm going to say no, right? Come on, because, or is that TO?
I think
we looking at
hearing
that,
is a part
TO?
of related services, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think hearing is a part of related services. Speech has a separate allocation. Counseling has a separate allocation.
We'll get verification on that, but it is covered in here somewhere. But we will clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Are there any other questions for us?
I don't see any hands up, but I think we're just kind of absorbing all of the numbers and
I
data.
know.
I
know.
do have a question as to the allocation for the stimulus. Is this going to reflect whatever remaining money that the Department of Education has, particularly with recovery services? Can you kind of explain as to like what is being used for? You know, these are just names and dedicated budget lines. So just wanted to see if you can kind of give more of a language that we can kind of understand where at the school level where this money is being used.
Okay, so with stimulus funds, right? First of all, schools are required to provide services above and beyond what's mandated. So for example, if you're mandated to have a teacher in a class and you're mandated to have a para, you can't use the stimulus funds for that, right? You have to use the stimulus funds for additional support services. You know, maybe some counseling, because our students might need more counseling due to what we just went through with COVID and other things, maybe after school programs. We actually, matter of fact, some of the stimulus money is being used for remote classes, right? And other types of programs like that to support our students as they were returning to school after COVID. Go ahead, Shauna.
Can you scroll up so that we can actually, because I think the top of this shows some of the stimulus.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll give you an idea. So stimulus funding was used for a variety of things, as Kamal was saying, some of the comp services. And again, let me also remind everybody that is for this year. What will happen next year is not something that we know yet. It was used for some expansion of home instruction, some expansion of collaborative school community with inclusive services, a whole range of things. And as I said, this is for this year. How we will be funded around these kind of funds is something that we will learn over the next few months.
Yeah. So, and I think the CRRSA funds, I believe, ended or is ending this year, and I believe the ARPA funds are going to end next year, right? But like Shauna said, if you look at the names of some of these, right? This one here is digital classroom, that's remote classes. This one here, intervention training, right? I believe this one here says recovery social worker to support the students. And so oftentimes the names explain art, support the students with art, right? Teacher career path and so on. Vaccine policy when it comes to, you know, someone absent because they went to take the vaccine, and so on. Okay, but there are a variety of different things. So once you guys look at this, I guess you'll see here, and maybe then, you know, you'll develop some more questions if you have any, and we'll be happy to answer it for you. But I hope this helps. I hope this explanation helps.
Yes, appreciate that. And just want to give a last call to council members who would like to ask a question. And then we also open up to the public as well.
You said get you down.
I don't know if there's any questions from parents or community right now, but appreciate that if we do want to ask for you to come back and present again, just, you know, with the questions that may be provided prior. Hope you guys can come and welcome to be in our space.
Yeah, we'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Like Shawna said, we'd be happy to come back with answers to your questions. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry I couldn't, you know, I'm homesick, so that's why I wasn't, I'm not on camera, and I'm trying not to cough too much so that, you know, you guys don't have to hear that. But, you know, thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Thank you. I feel a lot better.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you again.
All right. Thanks.
You can take the shared screen down.
Thank you so much, Council. We're happy to be here tonight.
Will you be sticking around, Shawna? I know Superintendent, I don't think Superintendent Lusant is in the space, but I'm not sure if Dr. Breyer or the other Deputy Kleinberg is available to speak.
I know that the superintendent is moments away, but yes, I think that we can we can step in. Shelley, are you here? Do you want to start, or do you want me to start, or do you, Adam?
Sorry, it took me a little extra time to unmute. I am here, not was. Look, I think there was confusion. I don't think the people knew that the calendar and business meetings were going to be flipped. So I do believe they're going to be here soon. How much time before the presentation?
We can come back, but it would probably be after 7. If you guys want to stick around, we can do that. I know it's a long night, so I don't want to we didn't want to keep anyone here. So we can come back and wait for Superintendent Lusant and the other team members to join us. Would that be fine? And I see Jacqueline.
Hi, Amy. Thank you, everyone. We just received information that the superintendent will be on in a minute or so. Can you just give us maybe 3 to 5 minutes before he comes on? Would
Sure, no
that be
problem.
okay? Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. I will update you as soon as I know that he is logging on, okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jacqueline.
No problem.
Okay, so we will come back to the superintendent's report. We will begin with our council member reports for the committees. Is committee chairs and co-chairs ready?
Amy, did you need me to present my report now?
Oh, wow, okay, you got on, okay. Superintendent Lusant, are you ready? And I don't know if we need to co-host somebody to present the slide. Please let me know. And
I was told that Jackie will share it with you, with the council afterwards. So, my report is not really so long tonight. And so we have some other members here too that will contribute to it, but the slide deck will be shared with the council.
Sure, thank you. So if you're ready, you can start.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I am happy to share space with you this evening just to, you know, get a few minutes to share some updates with you, and hoping that you will give us some feedback on what we need to be doing moving forward. You know, we've been collaborating with you, getting a lot of recommendation and advice from you, and we have been implementing them as best as we can to support our students. We know that we're not the only one that own, you know, the fountain of knowledge. And you too have a lot of knowledge about the work we are doing, the work you are doing, and the work we are basically doing together. I am always happy, and the district is happy whenever we get a chance to hear back from you and to make some decision in collaboration with you. So we are working with school planning. As you know, this is the time of the year when we are engaging in articulation, knowing where some of our students are going. And in many cases, we need to open new sites. So far, we have about 7 schools that will be opening new sites, and some of them will be expanding. We will be able, probably around the end of May, we will be able to confirm exactly how many sites we will have and what we will be, and where exactly we will be opening new site or expanding new site, adding more classes to some existing site that we have. So for now, we have 79M. This is the first time they're getting another site. If you know 79, they've been a singleton school. We will also have a new site for 811M, 396K, 373K, 77K, 753K, and 352X. So let me just quickly share with you how the decision is done to open a new site. We look at, first of all, where that new site is, the proximity to other existing sites. We look at what we can do, and we look at which school is in the neighborhood, what population of students they already have, and who is best suited to get this new site. We also look at how many sites that particular organization we are looking at has. We don't want to really have a school having a site, let's say, in East New York, and another one all the way in Bay Ridge, or having a site in, like, let's say, Riverdale, Bronx, and another one in Co-op City, or having a site on Staten Island, let's say in, let's say by the bridge, and then another one all the way to Mount Loretto. So we try to keep school close to each other, their site, so they can have a chance to collaborate, share best practices, and also keep population of students the same. We are also working, and that's in response to some recommendation you have made to us. We are working in partnership with Morningside Center to build community in our school and to strengthen our students' social and emotional skill. Morningside Center, it's an organization, and I know some of you here know them very well, that is expert into providing social emotional support to students and to staff. They also are expert into supporting and helping school develop restorative practices for students. When we equip students with restorative practices, they are able to, for example, resolve their conflict in a more peaceful manner. They are able to engage with each other in a more respectful way, and the whole school community become a more nurturing community that is fully in support of student development and supporting them in managing their own behavior. So we feel it's a great investment for the district office and for our schools. Everyone who have participated in the workshop thus far have, been singing the praises of the group, and we are hoping that after the last meeting, which will take place tomorrow at the district office, the last training for staff, we can fully implement the program in our school with our high school students that are classified with emotional disabilities. We are also still looking, and I know Sasha had presented many times to you about our Healing Center School. Again, they are 811X, 396K, 721R, 138M, and 177Q. As you can tell, there is one in each one of the boroughs of New York City, and we intend to learn from their practices, and so we can spread this work wide into the whole district. We will share more update with you as we meet with you throughout the rest of the year. This morning, I conducted a school visit with Chief Larry Pendergast. We have 4 chiefs in the DOE right now, and we invited him to visit some school in District 75. He wanted to see some school in the Bronx, and we get to visit 17X at Stevenson High School. I will tell you, if you know Larry, you can follow up with him at any time. He will share with you how excited and pleased he was with his visit. And I'm inviting each and every one of you, whenever you want, let me know, let Sasha know. We would love you to take a visit there to see our school has made improvement to their practices, how they are planning around student need and building up a vocational environment for students. And so it was a heartwarming experience, and seeing our students engaging in the different classroom where they are. And so it was really the highlight of my day. I did say I'm not speaking too much. I realized that I already did, but I'm gonna transition now the rest of our remarks to Deputy Superintendent Kleinberg, who will share some curriculum and instruction updates with you. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
evening,
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's nice, as always, truly a pleasure to be here with all of you this evening. I will be brief as well in terms of just a few additional updates. We always like to keep you in the loop in terms of what's happening in our curriculum and instruction departments and the education of your children. We are in the final weeks of administering our middle of the year periodic assessments and screeners to our students. I know we've talked about these assessments over the course of the year. We are finishing up this period of assessment to be able to do the exciting work of reviewing and analyzing the trends and comparative outcomes between beginning of the year and middle of the year. Student scores, which will be indicative of the growth that they have made and will help us to goal set and target interventions and supports moving forward for the duration of this school year. And we do look forward to our families and classroom teams having the opportunity to discuss the outcomes of these assessments during IEP meetings, during spring parent-teacher conferences, and any opportunities for our families to visit the schools. We also, in District 75, are becoming involved in some DOE-sponsored job-embedded programs, specifically centered around implementation of culturally responsive and sustaining educational practices across the DOE. One of these programs will build model lab classrooms in several of our schools to work with instructional teams in looking at the ways that their pedagogical practices are being culturally responsive. And we're very excited to learn from this practice along with our DOE partners to be able to further build on these practices across our schools. And the other program is looking at the impact of equity team structures across schools. So we know that there will be lots to learn from both of these programs, and we will use what's happening in the schools that are participating to build and grow the impact across more and more of our schools district-wide. District 75 is also very much on the map of DOE practices in celebrating promising practices in schools through the DOE's launch this year of the Lighthouse Initiative. This is one of the Chancellor's ways of restoring, sustaining, and building upon what has worked in the past. The Lighthouse School protocol is based on the showcase school model that was in place in the DOE numerous years ago under prior chancellors and administrations. And schools across the city have been selected as schools to share and schools to learn from. And one of our District 75 schools, 811Q, hosted one of the launch January visits. So school representatives, administrators, and educators and related service providers from District 75 and D1 through 32 schools had a chance to spend a day of learning at 811Q to learn from their students, to learn from their staff, and to learn from their administration. And we are very excited and proud to be a part of this initiative, as well as so many others across the DOE. So more to come in terms of the continued learning and opportunities that are taking place within our schools. We look forward to sharing more highlights of the learning that's taking place with you in future meetings. I am going to turn the program over to Dr. Adam Breyer for some health updates.
Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for having us and for allowing me to have this time with you. So the last time we met, there had been no new information to share. Talked about some other information which was still present, and that had happened for a few meetings. Tonight, there is something new to share, although it's not official yet. It should become official on Friday. So beginning February 10th, Friday, the city will make the COVID-19 vaccination requirement optional for city employees, including Department of Education employees. Now, remember, this is going to be voted on tomorrow, so it's not official yet. If voted on, it will be in place on Friday. So this also will apply to families in that beginning February 10th, 2023, if voted on, visitors to Department of Education school buildings will no longer be required to provide proof of at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. This will allow students, families, and loved ones to attend school activities, celebrations, and events. So look, this is big news. I received word of this through email just as quickly as I did from headlines and notifications on my phone from various news sources. So I'm guessing you're going to hear about this again when it becomes official, either through the news or again through some social media outlets. And as soon as we have official word and there is, an official notification to be sent through schools, likely you will receive word of this, but this is the announced goal of the city, and that these initiatives, or rather these changes to policy, will be voted on tomorrow at the next Board of Health meeting. And if voted in, should be in place on Friday, February 10th, 2023. So that's a pretty big update, a big change from the last few updates, which were just maintenance of older news. So thank you for this time. And I believe Shona will be back on screen to talk about some attendance updates.
Can we just take a break for a second? And we do actually have a parent that's Spanish speaking, and she would like to know how to reach to the district office as to her or his child's individual case. So I was wondering if one of the team members can just give information on how to reach out to anybody at the district office to support the family.
Hi, good evening. The parent can call us at the district office at 212-802-1502. Let me repeat, 212-802-1502. I am hoping the translators had a chance to translate. 212-802-1502. Or we're gonna drop an email in the chat where she can reach us, but she can call us anytime.
Yeah.
Thank you. Spanish interpreter, can you just please interpret back to the parent and just let us know that you're able to speak with the parent about it?
I do know much of it, but
Thank you, Jacqueline. Spanish interpretation room?
no.
Oh, we've been interpreting.
Thank you.
There was no fun.
Shona, you can begin. You're still there.
Hello, I am still here. I'll just be very brief about attendance. Our attendance still, as has been the case all year, is a little bit behind what the citywide attendance rate is. Our citywide attendance rate from September to February 6th, which is my most recent data, was at 89.2%, District 75. Same time period, attendance rate is 80.9%, although we're seeing some positive upward trends with District 75 attendance being at above 82% for the last couple of days. One of the things that we're focusing on as a city, and are also focusing on in the district, is really encouraging schools to work very closely with students who are chronically absent. And those are students who have missed more than 10% of the school year. And that the technical definition is more than 10% of available school days. And so we keep very careful track of who those students are and are asking schools and are working with them to figure out what are some of the barriers to attendance, what are some of the things that we can do to re-engage families, re-engage children, work out whether it's an STP or a bus issue or a late bus driver that's stopping that child from coming to school. So that's kind of the very quick overview of attendance, and I'll turn it back to the superintendent to talk about family engagement.
Thank you, Shona. Look, this is probably one item on our agenda or one part of our remarks that we are very pleased to share. Jackie, I don't know if you would like me to speak on behalf of your department or if you want to do so. We want to share the wealth here.
I believe Ray is sharing the information today.
Okay.
He should be on.
Okay. Then Ray to the rescue.
My pleasure. I have a short update, but I wasn't sure you said that so happily. I was wondering where we were going with this. Hold on a second. Hi, everyone. Let me just get my notes here. Just popped off. Here we go. So if you think you were getting quick updates, wait for this one. It's seconds long. In our office, we just want to let everyone know we have 4 parent coordinator vacancies open in District 75. They are related to the schools P370 in Brooklyn, P53K in Brooklyn, P23Q in Queens, and 37R in Staten Island. FACE in District 75 continue to collaborate to increase the NICSA registration and to encourage applications for seats on the CECs across the city in all the 32 districts. As of February 2023, we have 13,000 NICSA accounts activated in D75, and we continue to do so. As a matter of fact, just shortly before joining you, I was wrapping up meetings with FACE and our parent coordinator team, where we were sharing information on how maybe we can continue to do even better to get more people enrolled in NICSA and get the word out. Our numbers are increasing, and we are continuing to work with our schools to encourage this registration process. The Office of Autism will be hosting a workshop on February 16th. The topic is school-based teens and families of middle school students. The presenters will provide a general overview of autism spectrum disorders, language and communication, sensory processing, and challenging behaviors. Flyers will be sent out shortly. I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone had a question. Flyers will be sent out shortly. The presentation will be from 11:30 to 12:30. On February 28th, we continue with our series of conversations over lunch with a presentation from the Office of Early Childhood. Families will learn about ways to make writing a fun experience that can support literacy skills. The presentation will be from 12:45 to 1:45. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
So members of the council, this is our presentation today. Please know that we will continue to partner and collaborate with you. We know that wherever we're not reaching 100%, whether it's in attendance, it's in related services, or any other place, we will continue to work hard with you, with your support, to ensure we are reaching high mark and we are working always at high levels. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent and the team. we will open it to council members for any questions or comments. And then we will open it to the public. Any council members? Council member Spencer, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. Greetings, Superintendent Lusant and team. Thank you so much for some valuable information. Ray, what did you say? You said the early childhood was that February 26th? What
It's the
date did-
28th, Mr.
Oh, 28th.
Spencer.
And I guess
Thank
these
you.
are
Yes, sir. You'll be receiving.
I'm sorry, my
Both-
mic had gone off, but yes, the 28th is what I had on my notes, sir.
okay. They're virtual components, I guess, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
Just to put it out there, end of the year celebration per borough. Are you guys planning on doing that? Might as well ask about it now. I like to pencil it in my calendar. I think, especially with the elections and getting new parent leaders, I think it'd be a great way just to end the year, like we've done in the past pre-COVID. Just, hey, this is how we ended the year. These are new parent leaders. This is what we look forward to. So just putting it out there. Would love to see it. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely, Mr. Spencer. That's something we would like to do again in collaboration with the council. I remember our last event really was well attended and very nicely organized. So we are open to holding another one with you. I don't know if you want it in Brooklyn again or anywhere else. We will be your faithful partners. I just want to make a slight correction, though. I know not only Council Member Christy Montalvan is here, but we do have some other parent, maybe from Staten Island, from 37R. I don't want to get a call. What happened to my parent coordinator? It's not 37R, rather is 373R that has a parent coordinator vacancy. So look, when we have vacancies, we're sharing them with you because we know you know people that may be qualified, that may represent you well. So we would love to entertain some recommendation from the council. And so please, don't be shy, don't hesitate. If you know anybody that meet the qualification, please do. We can share a sample of the qualification and posting with the leadership of the council, and so you know what we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members?
Yeah.
And we can also have any parents or community members
Looking forward.
in this space. I don't see any hands and I don't see any chat, but if possible, if the district can share a calendar of all of the events upcoming for this year. I know things are returning back, so that would be really appreciated. So we have it on our calendars.
Absolutely,
Also share as well.
We will do so with pleasure. I thought that was shared before, but we will certainly do that. And we can do that tomorrow or even tonight. So please look for the email. We already have it all set, all of our upcoming events, and we will absolutely love to see the council at each and every one of them. So yes, we will do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we don't have any hands up, and I think it's everybody's just a little bit in the mood of multitasking. So if you want to stick around, I see one hand up. Go ahead.
We're kicking my damn other game.
Danielle.
It's a little mad before it's moving.
Right, I just had a slight question. So being that I understand everything, we're still in a pandemic, and I understand that everything is trying to, come back to a new normal, as I call it. So if staff members are gonna eventually come in unvaccinated, and that would mean parents could freely just come in unvaccinated, and like we're all of a sudden back 4 years ago. So the workers that refuse to get vaccinated, are they gonna come back to work, or is this a union? Would this be a union conversation?
So I will take a stab at that one. So just know that when I'm sharing the health updates, they're not human resource updates, even though it sounded like that was embedded in my talk, because that was a part of the grand change that's happening on Friday. So will the employees that did not get vaccinated and were sort of released from employment, will they be coming back into the DOE? That's going to be a conversation between Central and between the teachers union, and that will be a human resource question that is in effect actually sort of above our purview. That's going to be a citywide decision, and we don't have word on what that will be. And I also want to add that a part of the rationale, at least the published rationale behind making these changes, are the very high percentage of adults that are now vaccinated. So for what it's worth, that is a part of at least the published rationale as to why this change is happening. So I can't speak to any impact that this will have based on where the pandemic currently is. But this is the direction of policy going forward. Will faculty be able to come back who did not get vaccinated? That is a decision that will come out. We don't have that yet.
Okay, right, because it's in the talking and the words. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. I think we are going to ask you guys if you guys want to stay or you guys can leave. Feel free to. Thank you for the district team and superintendent. We'll actually have updates from our committee members. So Superintendent Lusan, you gonna stick around or are you gonna?
Thank you, everyone. Look, we're gonna probably stick around for a little bit. We will be leaving a little bit later, but please just know if you have any question, follow up, you know how to reach us. You guys have my cell phone, my old Apple number. Please don't hesitate to reach me, and because we want to make sure we are always responsive, not only to you, but to all 26,000 plus family members that we have in District 75, please don't hesitate to reach out. So thank you. And team members, you guys, I know you have, some other stuff to attend to. Please feel free to, attend to them. Thank you.
Thank you all. So we will begin with updates from our committees. We have multiple of them. We will start with Safety Committee. Chair Husbands, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you, everyone. So the Safety Committee provided a workshop. I'm Aisha Husbands. The Safety Committee provided a workshop in January where we discussed planning for our children's future, how to maintain their Medicaid benefits into childhood and after we pass on, because we won't be here forever. So the presentation included the need for and how to establish guardianship, special needs trusts, healthcare proxy, letters of intent. The presenter was Paula Martinez-Boone, who has a wealth of information. She works for the New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. This organization is a civil rights organization that is committed to to civil rights justice who has been committed to the immigrant and disabled population for over 40 years. I implore all parents and or guardians to view the recording and reach out to Ms. Martinez-Boone if you have any follow-up questions or any questions regarding education rights, civil rights, or immigration rights. She's been a longtime supporter of our community. She speaks English and Spanish, and she's a great resource. Her information can be found on our safety page as well as in the description of the video. And I will link I will put the link in the chat. Going forward on February 28th, the Safety Committee is once again welcoming Mr. David Abraham from the Travel Training Program. This time, he will be presenting a workshop on how we as parents can help foster independence to our children that may not be ready or able to travel independently. The flyer will be shared soon with parent coordinators and via Remind by the district. It will also be shared on the council's social media pages and on our website. And that website is CCD75.org. And one last thing, the well-received and much anticipated Navigating Puberty and Sex Education workshop will return. We're working on curating the appropriate presenters and materials for our parents and students. If you have any questions, you feel free to contact me at ccd75safety@gmail.com. Thank you. That's the end of the safety report.
Thank you. We will go to our Chair Lawrence for the busing committee, and then any other committees that you may be co-chair or chair for, I believe is the curriculum and legislation. And you can also have your co-chairs also participate. Councilmember Lawrence. Councilmember Lawrence, are you there? He's probably away from Zoom, so we'll just proceed with our chair for outreach, Councilmember Angels, and her annual report committee.
Thank you. Would I be able to screen share?
Sure. You should be a co-host now.
Thank you. All righty, guys, thank you all for being here tonight. I want to briefly go through what we've been doing with the outreach committee. So far as our progress report, our activities since our last meeting, we set up our virtual booth for the Include Fair. I will send out this link that's in the report in the chat, along with translated documents for Include, so that parents can register for the fair. That will be this Saturday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We do have a few volunteers for that. We have Co-President Tsai, myself, and council member husbands that have confirmed. If any other council members are going to be able to attend that are on the email that was sent this week, if you can please confirm so that I can make sure you have access to the booth prior to this Saturday. As far as our website, we do have some additional web pages. Our ad hoc committee, transition committee, and safety committee all have new pages. with resources, links, and different items that the chairs have asked to be on the pages. We have election update and access information for our parents as well. That is on our homepage and in addition to the page built specifically for it. We have the community bulletin board that has joint public hearings, upcoming events, and additionally, we have a standing committees page. We are working on the descriptions. I do believe that the bylaws committee will be having that set up at some point when they meet in the future. I also created a LinkedIn bio that assists with links directly through Instagram. Sometimes you can swipe up, you have them in the stories, but if you just click link in bio, it also gives parents support to be able to quickly access the flyers and information that we are giving out. We did go ahead and pay the monthly payment for the website, which was $37. There are a few changes that are happening that they are tweaking when it comes to the plan, which at this point, I don't know if we would necessarily want to change since another council will come in and probably do their package, but it does change up how many emails that we can technically send out through the monthly. We get about 3 of them, and it's only a certain select 100 amount, which we have exceeded. And so we've been duplicating the work on the outside with the emails, sending them to the parent coordinators and parents that are registered and subscribed online. Also, we have initiated outreach for the committee meet and greet breakfast with legislators. The date is confirmed for Friday, March 3rd, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Tweed Courthouse in the 2nd floor conference room. The logistics are being worked out. We have invitations that have gone out for student, parent, and principal perspectives. Principal Barbara Tremblay has an invitation that has gone out. We are waiting for a return of yes or no for that. We do have confirmed Principal Ferrandino. Thank you, council member husbands, for helping us connect with that school and that principal to make sure that we have a student council representative to speak on behalf of their perspective in District 75 during the meet and greet, as well as the parent. Let's see, where are we here? In addition, this time for this event, we are working with our own students to give them the opportunity to cater for the event. And we have submitted the request to the district so that we can shine a light on our children as we do advocate for them. We will have a call tree for invitees today, this week. I'm looking to complete that out. We're in the process of sending out invitations, and I am looking for at least one other person to help me make the phone calls. As we do know, our legislators get pretty slammed with their emails, and we want to make sure that our voices are heard and the invitations are received. So who we are inviting: the Chancellor, District 75 leadership, and our New York City Council Education Committee, and the New York City Assembly members, senators, and their Education Committee members. There will be a total of 70 guests, 40 legislators, council members, superintendent, 10 principals, and prospective speakers, as mentioned before, parent, teacher, principal, and student. I will go over in a moment what the agenda will look like. This is a meet and greet to assist in communications with legislators to invest in the future of District 75 New York public school students with disabilities and policy changes. Why are we doing this? To ensure proper services are received, that transition needs of District 75 children up to 21 are included, and that we can finally resolve some of the busing issues that we have, and we have voices who can actually move legislation to make this change. For this specific day, I would need 4 volunteers in total, an additional person to help with the sign-in table, 2 to set up tables at Tweed if for some reason we do need to have physical bodies there to additionally help, and a person that will be a greeter for us. The agenda, as stated, we will have a continental breakfast that the students will be providing. And from 10 to 10:15, you see that we have the welcome, we have the introduction to District 75. I would like our co-presidents to get us into that for those first few minutes. We, as I said, Barbara Tremblay and the students from P771K will be giving their perspectives. We do need a recommendation for a teacher perspective. For our call to action, we're asking that District 75 students be properly bused and get to school on time. We're asking to ensure proper services received by District 75 students. appropriate transition out of New York Public Schools or at age 21. And then we will hear from our superintendent as well about the District 75 challenges, the needs in the district, and what we have done so far. I do have these two things flipped around. Mrs. Jewett, if you're available to do ensuring the proper service is received, Mrs. Husbands has already started working on the appropriate transition out. Let me know. We can discuss online or after I finish showing you guys the agenda here. Additionally, for the meet and greet, we have sent out, as I said, for senators, assembly members, citywide educational council members, and we're going to let them specifically speak about their bills that are being presented, what is proposed, and any final thoughts. We will have our closing remarks, and that will be that for that day. This will be a great launch into our legislative committee so that we can start seeing what is going on, what bills we can see that we can help them with, what they can help us with, and how our children can be better served. So I'm very much looking forward to that. The anticipated action in the interim, as our chair of safety just said, the sex ed workshop with safety is delayed, but it is in progress. Hopefully this month we'll get something rolling. We are waiting for confirmations, so fingers crossed there. We are continuing outreach for the Parent Empowerment Conference and workshops, and we are working on the completion of all invitations and follow-up calls this week. So this is what we have for the outreach committee. Are there any questions? If not, I can't see. Let me share. Okay. If not, I'll go ahead with the annual report committee. Now we are still looking for a writer. I've put out feelers, and a couple of people that submitted last year are unable to submit this year. Our writer from last year is submitting again. But I do need any recommendations that you have forward so that we can put it forth to the committee and to the council. We are working on data with the district. Thank you so much, Sasha, for helping us out there, and for Superintendent Louisant. And we are hopefully going to have another meeting with, I hate to say the end of the month, but it may be at the top of March, just so we can go through any other outlines, any other things that council members may want to add this year for compare and contrast. And I do believe that is it. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't see any hands up. Maybe afterwards, I would like
Absolutely.
to
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's see if Mr. Lawrence is available. So Councilmember Lawrence, are you there? And if you could speak on your committees.
Give me 10 minutes. I'm on a call with dealing with the issue with a cop. Okay.
Sure, we will come back to you. Thank you. We will go to Committee for Transition. Is there a report tonight?
I don't have too much to report on, just that I spoke with Ms. Jewett, the co-chair, last week, and we're just working on hopefully setting up a meeting soon with some potential presenters.
Thank you. Committee on the Bylaws. Councilmember Suyudu, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We are voting on the inclusion of the Article 10, which includes a code of conduct today. And also a notice will go out for a bylaw meeting very soon, so we can handle incorporating the resolution for our hybrid meetings, as well as request of standing rules. And then if we have ample time, we will discuss other items members wish to be added into the bylaws.
Thank you. Do you have an update for your hiring committee?
The update on the hiring committee is that it's myself, Ms. Councilmember Jewett, is that our candidate accepted our offer, and her name was submitted to our space liaison, Mr. Jose Gonzalez, who supplied that information to HR for them to contact her and make the official offers and for her to accept and then move forward. I just want to commend Mr. Gonzalez because he's gone above and beyond, because our candidate actually is coming from outside totally. She's never worked for the city and she has never worked for the DOE. So there is usually a long wait period, but he has been pushing and pushing. So if there's any other updates, when HR contacts Mr. Gonzalez, he will contact the council. Mr. Gonzalez is on, so if he wishes to add anything to the statements, he may do that at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Constance, and also good evening, everyone, and council members also for the council. I will, yes, update as soon as I get another information from HR, and also I just want really was Councilmember Sergio also mentioned this candidate is coming from outside, is an outsider, and sometimes this process take longer than what we have been expecting. So I think because of the needs of the council and also some of the proactive, way that HR is taking this, I think this candidate is moving faster as usual. And as soon as we get more information, I will definitely announce and communicate to the entire council on this. And I also want to commend also the work that the council members also have done, making sure that, this also conduct their interviews and doing all this process also with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And as I want to state again, Mr. Gonzalez has gone above and beyond for this council. He's been pushing it. I harass him weekly concerning the updates from HR, and he contacts them. Okay, and when they get the feedback, he will give it to us. As far as the Utilization Committee, Councilmember Spencer can take the lead. He's the primary lead on it.
Councilmember Spencer, on the Committee on Utilization Capacity. And then if you want to fill in your ad hoc elections communication committee.
Thank you, Co-President Sai. Thank you, Co-Chair Sidiu. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. It'll be brief. I had some challenges due to my work schedule, and just trying to, let me start off with the ad hoc first. I couldn't set aside any time that would have proper translation before the deadline this coming Monday for candidates. So the next block of time in March, I'll have to coordinate with face liaisons in terms of maybe we could set up committee meetings where we meet the candidates per borough, something to that nature, to advertise where they stand. Also, I want to commend Treasurer and Outreach Chair Angel in terms of keeping in constant communications with me. And I know it's been challenging. Christy, thank you so much. But I want to recognize her efforts to get that word out there. I believe her legislative initiative for March 3rd will be key in terms of bringing that to the public and what results come from that. So hopefully this winter break is coming up in 2 weeks. There's a lot of work to be done. So hopefully I can set aside some time in March and April before the elections to advertise to the parents what they need to vote for. Also to hopefully work with Ray in terms of making sure folks sign up for NICSA to vote. So that's the update on the ad hoc committee right now. There's more work to come. In terms of the capacity committee, Office of District Planning gave us an update on the 19th of January. Some of the highlights that's coming for March is a new District 75 elementary school proposal in District 29, which would be co-located with Q156. This is for March PEP approval. There's an annex for a new District 75 school, elementary school in District 24, which we won't need joint public hearing, but there's collaboration work that's being done for that. So this is for the public to be on the lookout for, since there's no current committee meetings being scheduled. I want to give you guys an update on that. In Brooklyn, there is a proposal for 373K in District 13 for a new site that'll also be a March PEP approval. Tilden High School should have a new D75 location proposal. I believe that's in March or April. That's also being planned, so be on the lookout for that. There is also some plans for future besides not for next school year, but the following school year in District 15, new District 75 education, elementary schools. There are two joint public hearings that myself and my fellow council members had the pleasure of attending. There's a SLT for 91K for a new elementary school in District 17, and also a new elementary expansion of dyslexia program in District 7, I believe. Pardon me, just looking through my notes, which was also received well. So these are things that are being worked on. There's a lot of work to be done as well in terms of just following up and keeping the public, both our community and the community that we're looking to expand into in the loop. And so there'll be work to be done in March, as you know, that's the soonest when these approvals will be looked at by the panel for education policy. So be on the lookout. There'll be updates on the website. Council member, Treasurer Angels shared the link in terms of our social media. So be on the lookout with that, but there's more work to be done. I appreciate everybody's patience and understanding, and stay safe and well. Have a great winter break. Thank you, Co-President Tsai.
Thank you. We will move on to Committee on Legislation. I believe it's Councilmember Jewett, and I think you have a co-chair.
Yeah, my co-chair is Mr. Lawrence. I would just like to say, myself and Ms. Theodore, we attended the inauguration of Senator Robert Jackson, who is definitely an education supporter. So I look forward to him being there at our meet and greet on March 3rd. I was in contact with him actually today. I sent him a text message about my daughter Aja being in Albany advocating for more funding for students with disabilities in college, the CUNY and SUNY campuses. And he was very receptive to that. So I'm just working on one-to-one, getting it out there. I guess we can have a committee meeting at sooner than later. So I will talk to Mr. Lawrence about when he's available, and we can try to share something. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing. We will come back to Councilmember Lawrence. Are you available to share your committees?
Yeah, I give a quick one on the busing. Busing committee, we did meet in January. We met on January 17th. Meeting was well attended. We did get some new complaints, which brought us back up to the number of day-to-day actual complaint that we are aware of. The committee was 30. Out of that 30, as of today, we down to 6. So we are continuing working with OPT to resolve a lot of these issues. Families, if you have bus issues, please send it to the committee, but we could work on to resolve your issue, because we have some great people over there who's working with the committee and they are resolving. Our next meeting will be, we don't take no break, even though it's spring break. we will have our next meeting on February the 21st, and it will be virtual 6 to 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a report on I believe, the curriculum committee?
Curriculum committee took a pause. It will resume in March, but there have been some principals looking at some documents, and they will resume like we was doing previous. They will come back and they will be sharing some things. So we are looking at some stuff. So it will resume in March. Thank you.
Thank you. We are done with our updates on the committees. We will move on to the next item to the agenda this evening, which is the vote on the bylaws for the addition of the code of conduct on Article X. I believe that's the correct one. Chair Asuidu?
Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, it is Article 10 of the bylaws, and it has been sent out to the entire council, also sent out to members of the committee who are public members. And it was previously scheduled to be voted on last month. So I would just move to adopt Article 10 as revised portion of our bylaws, the revised Article 10. And it is the whole article. It is not just the code of conduct, because we actually revised the whole Article 10 with the items that were deleted, left out to be discussed as standing rules. Okay, so my motion is to adopt the revised Article 10 to our bylaws. Can I get a second?
I second.
Councilmember Spencer?
No, mine is much shorter.
No, Mr. Lawrence beat me to it. I was going to second it. Mr. Lawrence beat me to it.
Thank you. Councilmember Asuidu motions to adopt this Article X to the bylaws, and Councilmember Lawrence second the motion. Recording Secretary Montalban.
Come on, I'm the one who got the contract.
Are you ready to vote?
I see Councilmember Asuidu's hands up.
As co-president Sai, you do have to request if there is discussion before we move to the vote, please. Thank you. Just to make
Sure,
it.
no problem. Are you motioning to discuss this particular Article X?
No. What I'm stating is I motion to accept the article. Mr. Lawrence accepted, and you have to ask if there is discussion before we move to the vote. That's what I'm stating. Have to ask the members if they want discussion before we moved.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Asuidu. Is there discussion from the members of the council?
I have a question. Is there, with so much of it that's marked out, it doesn't really feel very protective of council members. So how are we recommending it to be fully accepted when it doesn't feel like it's something that will protect people now or moving forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Angel. Would you like to answer that, Councilmember Asuidu?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilmember Angel. You said it is the code of conduct for the behavior of the members, is my understanding, towards each other and the general public. If at this point, because it's been presented and it's been up for discussion more times, you want to move forward and go back and review it and add clauses that protect members from whom? The general public, each other. I would like to
Each
understand.
other, there's certain wording that was taken out that I think should be in. I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I need to pull that back up. But it did feel like it told about like less protections for members, which was a little strange, but I can take a beat and just look it up, or we could move with the vote.
Well, I know the portion we did remove. One portion was protection of the AA, which was according to the HR practices of the DOE. I don't remember anything specifically member protection that was removed because we had extensive discussion in the meetings and a lot of clarity was brought about by the members of the team, including yourself, as to how things should be worded that guided our interactions as council members with each other and the general public.
Right. And I only made it to 2 of those meetings. So on the last one that I was in, a lot of those markups and the original document was gone. So that's why I was trying to go back and kind of look at what was what and what got changed, and words like harassing or what may be, I don't have it in front of me if it's menacing, etc., or how to conduct yourself professionally, or how you can use XYZ. I need to pull it up in front of me for the specific questions. If
Okay, so we're in the process of a vote on the item?
Well, I was just discussing, but we can move forward with the vote.
Yeah, and what I'm stating is that we will have a meeting and we can always amend any section of the bylaws in the process and bring it back to the council. So if there are suggestions on members' code of conduct that can be added, that is not something that's going to be disavowed at this point. It's something that you can present to the committee and we bring it back to the council for vote as well.
Thank you. When did you say the next meeting was? Sorry. Well, after this, you can let us know again when the date is, you said.
I'm in the process of setting up a meeting date that works for myself, as well as one that fits for this month's schedule and within the protocols of translation as well. But there will be something out, yes.
Okay.
For this month, that's what I'm planning.
Thank you. Is there any other discussions from other members of the council? I don't see any. So we will continue with roll call. Recording Secretary Montalban, are you ready for the roll call of this motion?
Yes, so we are voting to adopt the revised Article 10 to the Citywide Council for District 75's bylaws. Miss Chrissy Angel,
Abstain.
Miss Constance Acevedo,
Yes.
Miss Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husbands,
Abstain.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Miss Christy Montalban, yes. Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
and Miss Amy Meng Tsai.
Abstain.
Okay. We have 7 votes for yes and 3 abstentions. The motion has passed.
Thank you.
not
We
you.
will add that revision to the current bylaws. If Councilmember Suited, if you can share it again, we will change it to the bylaws. I see your hand at Councilmember Spencer.
Yes, Co-President Sai, I recognize Councilmember Morales, but he wasn't called in the roll call. I recognize him in the as an attendee.
I apologize, his presence was not announced to me. And I didn't get a message that he was here from anyone.
He put it in the chat at 6:48, I think.
I can't always see the chat, so I didn't see it.
Sorry. It went in at 6:48.
Okay, no problem. I can take his vote now, if that's okay.
Councilmember Morales, are you there? Would you like to take a vote? Councilmember Morales, are you there? I don't think he's around Zoom, so we will just continue without his vote tonight. Councilmember Sudu, you had your hand up?
I did. Mr. Spencer stated what I wanted to say.
Thank you. We will go to the item that was added tonight to the agenda from Councilmember Jewett on the item for notice, public notice and flyer dissemination. Councilmember Jewett, would you like to elaborate, or our outreach chair would like?
Sure, I'll take a minute to elaborate. You know, I just want to share my personal struggles and the complaints and or expressions of concerns that I've gotten from other parents that I've tried to invite to our meetings. It's been a real struggle to be able to log on, you know, to pre-register. I mean, the information had to be changed 2 or 3 times today alone. A lot of people don't have the patience or opportunity to make that many attempts to get onto the meeting. I mean, I do understand that we don't want to be Zoom bombed. I got that. But there has to be a better way that it can be a little bit smoother. Not to mention, not everybody has Instagram. You know, we really need to just figure out, can we just do some of the old school ways as well as the new school ways? It's just a question so that everybody, so it's more inclusive. I mean, we used to have an average of like 50 people in attendance or better.
Thank you, Councilmember Jewett. And is there something you want to suggest the old school way that we can go back and doing?
Well, we need, I think we need to figure out how we can make sure that it's going in the backpacks, you know, and that was part of the old school way. People got flyers at home in their backpacks, you know, and just everything that was being done before. It can't be that what happened? I mean, I realized that we lost some email addresses. I got that, but we didn't have so many personal email addresses of parents anyways, right? We weren't emailing 2,000 parents, were we? Something changed.
Sure. I'm only a new council member for this year and last. So my answer to that would be, that list that Ramona had, I could not speak to the 1,000+ people that were added, and if they were parents or if they were from an organization or that, et cetera. But what I can say is everything we were doing before, we are still doing. But I do hear you. We do need a bit more support from the district. We have a lot of flyers that are not going out anymore. And I am, you know, pushing through the parent coordinators. And as you said, trying to get it in the backpacks, you know, politely asking, because of course they get to choose what they put in the backpacks and what they do send out, you know, to the students and to the families. But we do need a little bit more of a push if we can get a little bit more help from the district with making sure that all of the flyers do get out. I know we have a lot of different people that are wanting our parents' attention. So I know it's a lot to try to get all of the meetings out, but we do have a space where a lot of flyers and a lot of meetings are not posted on the website or are not shared out. Not trying to place any level of blame, but just saying it's a place where we definitely can pick back up so that we make sure we don't lose anybody along the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
We lost Christy. We lost Christy. We lost her. But I just want to reiterate, it was very difficult for me to register today. Very difficult. You know, at least 5 or 6 times I got blocked from registering until the last time that you did whatever you did after 5 o'clock. And then I was able to register and for like 5:45. I don't know too many people that are going to try to register for a meeting from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock at night. I don't know. So we just have to work on it. It really needs to be addressed because the link's not necessarily working.
Was it the authentication that you were speaking about, Patricia?
Yes, and I got blocked. I got blocked from both of my email addresses 6 times.
With the authentication when you went through which way did you
Yes.
go through the regular
Yes.
Zoom link website?
I went through whatever was emailed by
Okay.
Amy, and I tried both ways. Both ways. I tried through the flyer itself, and I tried through the link that was in the email.
Okay.
And it wasn't until like 5:45 that I was able to even register.
Okay, that I can hear that. I definitely wasn't aware of
And
that.
that was both email addresses that I have. Both of them were blocked.
Well,
I even tried spelling my name different.
No,
Everything you can think of trying. Yes, I did.
No, I'm joking.
Yes, I
I'm
did.
saying I wasn't like saying no that you didn't. What I'm saying is we can definitely.
No, I know you meant you meant no.
No,
You really
yeah.
had to do. You really tried. I got you.
We can.
understand.
You know what I'll do? I'm gonna go in there right now, and I'm gonna do it for every single meeting all the way through to the end of this year.
I just think that the authentication needs to be dropped if it's that difficult.
Yeah, I think it's automatic. I'm not sure, but I can go in and just take it off. So we'll be okay with that.
Yeah.
At
So
least
you know
that one aspect, I can do that for you guys.
Yeah. So I'm just sharing. So so what I do for a lot of parents is I try to screenshot the meeting information, the meeting number, and the pass number, and just forward it because the idea is to make it easier and inclusive, not more challenging. And we all know what it's like. Can you imagine trying to do this when your kid is in the middle of a meltdown? But I'm just trying to make it easy. That's all. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councilmember Jewett. Councilmember Asudu, your hands up.
Yes, I did want to state that I did have to email you in order to be able to enter, but I've had this problem for the last few meetings. That authentication, I wasn't able to get in until someone sent me the ID and the passcode. And I would appreciate if the council would just send out the flyer for the meeting prior with those 2 items on it so we can forward it to people who are having issues, because I've had to use the ID number and the passcode to enter the meeting for the last 3 or 4 meetings. The authentication didn't allow me in. Okay, because it's asking me to sign into Zoom and a whole bunch of other things. So I think it would just deter parents. There's a few councils who have that on their registration, and it's very difficult to enter their meetings, and you just decide, don't go to that meeting at all. It's too much. Okay, so if we could do that in advance, I'd greatly appreciate it, the flyer to at least the council members, so we can pass it out to those. And we also have a parent member who wants to state something. And there is something else in the chat from a parent. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Roberts, is this particular in the public notice? Or is this something that we can address in next public comment for all of our public community members?
Hi, it was actually just in relation to exactly what you all are speaking about right now. Is it okay to
Sure, go
make a
ahead.
comment?
Yes, please.
I was just sharing that I did have trouble registering, but I have had previous experience connecting with members of my son's IEP team the same way, and the IT person in the school explained to me that authentication does need to, it is automatic if it's coming from a DOE email address. and it has to be changed. So that is the perfect solution going forward. For me, that was the only issue. I don't know, any other challenges beyond that, but I am signed up with the apps, and I typically don't have a hard time, but I already knew that information. So I was able to reach out and ask for that change to be made so that I could register. But I understand, I just want to share that, and that's a perfect solution.
Thank you, appreciate that. If you want to stick around, you can also comment or question us at public comments, so stay tuned. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I just wanted to address the message that's in the chat. Ms. Lewis, I second her comments on registering for meetings. We have registration on our meetings is to prevent from anybody from anywhere to come in and Zoom bomb. And also we just want to make a list of our constituents so that we continue to serve information and these meeting notices to you. So want just to make sure that we are keeping these spaces safe and in the communities that are best served. So my co-president Green has her hand up. Go ahead, co-president.
Okay, it's on the same topic. What I'm gonna say is that can we be mindful for the next couple of meetings anyway, for the March, April, and May. March, April, May, and June meetings, that the authentication has to be off when people register. Because if it's if someone has a DOE email address, they'll be able to get in, but other than that, they won't be able to. So hopefully, because there was at least 3 parents that got in touch with me today over that same issue. So I'm going to suggest 2 things. One, I will suggest for the council members, and just for the council members, not for the general public, that the notice go out with the meeting ID and the passcode on it for the council members, for the sitting council members. For the general public, we can discuss however that's going to happen, or how that's going to work, but definitely for the council members themselves to get on. It would be nice for them to have meeting ID, the Zoom meeting ID, and the Zoom meeting passcode for that particular that goes out to the council members themselves.
Thank you, co-president Green, and we will make those changes. And I think Councilmember Angel is going to go and uncheck those if they are checked. I think there's sometimes it's like you manually have to do it as often so that it doesn't automatically just check back itself. But we'll pay more attention to that for the future meetings and public notices, and also put them on the calendar invites for all the council members. So you will have all the meeting ID and passcodes. I do want to say that the flyers that Councilmember Angel do produce do have the meeting ID and passcode, so we will correct the authentication for registration. Thank you. Any other council members would like to speak on this item before we move on to the next? Okay, we don't, I don't see any hands and no other council members. So we will go to, we will go to the next item, which is the co-president's report. Co-president Green, do you have your report this evening?
I do, but you want to go first? Go ahead. I'm in the middle of something, so go ahead.
Sure. There's nothing much to really report on my end. I did participate at the President's Council meeting last month and just basically updated membership of the President's Council on the meetings and committee meetings that are happening between January and today. And then the update on our
That's the same guy.
capital plan projects for the School Construction Authority, SCA, has been submitted with the top 5 picks that were selected by a few of the council members and has been submitted and has been shared with the council that the SCA has received it. There's been multiple SLTs for new and existing co-locations for District 75, as well as other proposals for other co-locations that may not be D75, but because they are located at a campus or a building that has a District 75 program in it. There's multiple throughout all of our 5 boroughs. And they have been presented this evening through the superintendent and through our chair and co-chairs of the committee for utilization and capacity. So I won't repeat those. Really wanted to encourage council members to attend all of the upcoming school leadership teams and joint public hearings, as well as the panel for educational policy, to participate in your role as council members and representatives of the District 75 on these proposals, and also reaching out to your schools that are specifically and directly hit by these proposals. Really want to encourage those parent communities and those proposals to participate as well. So just echoing Council Member Spencer, what he had said earlier. And every month, the new change of the panel of educational policy will be by borough. So from this month, February, March, April, will be each different month. And they will right now continue to be teleconference with the extension of the mayor of the pandemic. So it will be virtual until that extension gets lifted, and then we will be in person for any JPH or PEP. Other than that, I will yield to Co-President Green.
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. Okay, so I participate in DLT for district leadership team, as well as I have been going to the SLTs with proposals that are being brought to them from the Office of District Planning, as well as to a few joint public hearings that are held when these proposals are they're gathering input, because joint public hearings gather input not just for the city but for the state. It has to be recorded for the state. So apart from that, I'm not going to mention the schools again because I think at least 2 people have mentioned that already. But in addition to that, we were finally able, myself and 3 colleagues, Mrs. Sidhu, Miss Jewett, and Miss Baez, actually, former colleague, were able to go and at the prodding of Mr. Spencer, he wanted to have a update on Walkabout, which was a school, or type of school that came and to not just to this council, but to the Citywide Council on High Schools, to all 4 of the citywides, and to District 7, because I think they were going into District 7 at the time, so CEC7. They had presented to, and this was around 2020, so it was probably just before the lockdown. It was definitely just before the lockdown, probably in January or something, or December of 2019. It did go through for September of 2020, and then we did receive a notification from Walkabout itself, from some of the people who worked at Walkabout, that they were no longer, that particular school was still in existence, but it was not going to be a Walkabout for whatever reason. And usually things with the DOE initiatives last about 3 years. So we wanted to know what happened, what because it was a high school, what happened and what were the parents being offered in exchange, or what were the students getting in exchange. So we thought it best to go and see. We contacted the appropriate superintendent who was over that school. We had contacted the principal, and through trial and error and several dates back and forth, we were able to do a walkthrough. Well, they were able to do a walkthrough. I was on video because I was not well that day. But it really was a good, I was really happy that we got a chance to do that because it stuck a lot to the model, at least the school that we saw, which is now called Bronx Legacy. The classrooms were really bright, they're really airy. The students were very engaged. They weren't just sitting in one space. They were working issues out. I think they got to see some math classes and some science classes. They were doing cooperative learning. I mean, it was really, really interesting. It kept the kids and it's hard to do that with high schoolers to get them engaged in anything. I really do admire that. And the space was very welcoming, so I could see why the kids would be into it per se. So I was really happy. I didn't go in with good or bad expectations, but I was really happy that it superseded our expectations. So, Mr. Spencer, you have your hand up. You wanted to ask a question?
Thank you, Co-President Green. Thank you for following up and giving our community that update. It's important that they know that the ball wasn't dropped, and all that effort that was put in pre-pandemic, the seeds, like your screenshot, flowers are being bloomed. So I appreciate that. I had a question regarding Co-President Tsai's report. I don't want to supersede what you got to say. I could wait until.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I can always go back to whatever afterwards.
Okay. Co-President Tsai, thank you for the update regarding the SCA submission. For the public, can you just indicate the 5 schools so the public knows what those 5 schools you submitted on behalf of the council were, please? Thank you.
I can do that. Let me look it up, and then once Co-President Green is finished, I can I'll follow up.
Thank you, Co-President Tsai.
Okay, so basically I wanted to update on that, on the legacy, because I was, like I said, really happy that we got a chance to do that. And I was very concerned when myself and my other colleagues had gotten a call, because I was on CCHS when they first came with this, the Citywide Council for High Schools, when I got a call from the people from Walkabout themselves saying that they were no longer in that school. Because I really wasn't sure what happened. I know it was something over funding and something else. And I just wanted to make sure that whatever these students had signed up for, because it's difficult enough to find a high school, that was the model that was going to be given to them. And that, you know, they were going to thrive from whatever this model was going to be. So I'm glad, like I said, that I got a chance to do that. And I think that's about it for now. There are some other things, but we can always come back to that because we do have a business meeting. So I'm going to end there for now in deference of time. And that's it. We can move on to the next portion.
That was pretty fast, Co-President Green. So if we could just go on to our treasurer Angel for a treasury report, and then by that time I should have the 5 up. Treasurer Angel.
One moment.
Councilmember Angel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm pulling up the document. One moment.
Before Treasurer Angel begins, I would like to check in with the interpretation line. Interpreters, can you please check with your lines to see if there's any participants? Spanish interpretation and Mandarin.
Sure.
¿Hay alguien que está aquí? Que está en la línea. ¿Hay alguien que está recibiendo interpretación? Por favor, responde.
Spanish interpreter, you said there's no respondent?
No response. No response.
Thank you. Mandarin interpreters? Mandarin interpreter? We're not gonna respond.
Amy, my apologies, council member, Sai. I check on both interpretations line. There's no parents in those interpretation lines.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Co-President Green, would you like to relieve the interpreters for this evening since there's no participants?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. So we will relieve the interpreters for Spanish and Mandarin this evening at 8:21 p.m. Interpreters, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Treasurer Angel, would you like to begin your report?
Yes, I'll be brief. As we see here, our balance is $22,465 that remains in the council's budget. We currently do have a deadline that's coming up of March 3rd. We have our meeting on March 1st, but if we are going to move any monies, we need to have that in consideration now. The only items or lines that could be adjusted that I would think would be the the office supplies or possibly local travel and expenses if we needed something to go into anything we may be doing for catering or for any other events, etc. It's something to look at. I do not have any recommendations as of today. Otherwise, I would absorb those monies. I'm not sure when the AA would come in, so I wouldn't want to necessarily take the $350 out completely. But we are looking for reimbursements. I did go ahead and get Ms. Green. I'm not sure if you saw the emails, but yours have been turned around and Jose is on copy, so that should be moving forward. If any other members do have reimbursements they want to submit, please do so. And other than that, there is, that's pretty much it outside of the fact that we do want to try to go ahead and get on the annual report writer so that we can get the PO situated for that. Any questions? If not, I will stop sharing and yield the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, Treasurer. We have hands up from Councilmember Spencer. Before we do that, do we want to share the deadline for the modification lines? Treasurer Angel?
Sure, give me 1 second. Let me pull that tab up.
We'll have Councilmember Spencer and then Co-President Green afterwards.
Thank you, Co-President Sai. Yeah, that was one of my questions. My second question was, Treasurer Angel, what does what is the budget you think you need for the writer?
All right, well, I'll come back into that. We definitely need to leave it where it is at 3,000. We're extremely under budget. It would be great if we could add anything else to that, because our ask when it comes to aggregating data and to getting what we need for the writer, we're asking them to do much more than we are paying them. So it would be great if we could add something else there, because it's difficult getting a writer. And I know firsthand working with the writer that it was a lot of, we asked for a lot that we're underpaying our writers. And I wish that we could pay more, but if, we definitely should not go below the 3,000. Did that help with the answer? Uh-oh, Mr. Spencer?
Sorry, I was coming off of mute. So I guess the only thing we need to, yes, that did help. But I guess we have a little bit more time in reference to that. I guess this March 3rd deadline is more immediate.
Yes, I have a meeting that I'm trying to do for the 27th, hopefully for the annual report. So hopefully we'll have maybe some submissions by then, and then we can move forward with something at the top of March. But yes, I just wanted to put that on the top of everyone's head. Here are the tongue-tied today. Here are the key end of year fiscal dates. So we have passed the last day for DSF work scope, things of that. So we are here. Last day for budget modification, non-equipment furniture will be March 3rd. So we need to make sure that, we have everything situated for the budget, because after that, nothing can be moved. But so far, I think where we have it, it's fine. It's just, I want to make sure that we can have our monies in places where we can effectively use it without having an AA. Ms. Green? I'm sorry, Mr. Spencer, was that it? Or can I help out?
No, yeah, that was it. Yeah, I forgot that budget is due in March. It can't be changed after that. All right, let me yield the floor to Co-President Green. I've always asked questions, but it could table. All right.
Yes, Co-Chair Green.
Thank you, Treasurer Angel. I just have a question. I'm sorry, but I saw it in the flash anyway. The 350 you were talking about, what line was that in? Because you said something about the AA. What line was that?
Was in I can pull it back up 1 second. It was what we voted on for their travel for our meetings. This right here, local travel and meeting expenses, if we have them in person and we have food at the meeting that we want to bring, or if they're being reimbursed for the subway travel or the Ubers.
Okay. All right. That, I think we might be able to play with that, only because it takes
I agree.
time.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'll yield the floor back to the chair.
Councilmember Spencer, hands up.
Yeah, apologies. This may not be for now, just looking at the time, but I believe you mentioned in your report, Treasurer Angel, in terms of like what we did last spring in terms of the conference and maybe other events. Is that something that it's already laid out in the budget as we see it, or is that some further discussion that we have to have before the 3rd? Or
That's a good question. So what we have currently, since as you know, we had our own end of the year event during the COVID situation. Now that event, we will be partnering with the district. So that money we can technically keep for ourselves. So that's a great space to be able to have a little bit of relief for the monies. The only event, the conference is going to be happening in May, but it will be virtual. So that will not have a cost attached to it. And the only thing that will have a cost attached to it will be the awards dinner. And so far right now, we have $850 left on the parent involvement line. So it wouldn't hurt to put a couple extra $100 on there for what we're doing for the event.
Thanks, Treasurer Angel. Okay, I think that's it for now. Let me yield the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other
Yeah,
council
I
members
was kind of glitching right there.
with questions or
Yeah, every time I go
thoughts
to,
to
speak, but-
Treasurer Angel?
yeah, other team love it just because of that
Don't
reason.
see anything, so we are, I think, did you want to vote on this for the deadline today, or we're gonna move to the
We
next
can,
meeting?
if everyone's in agreement, we can vote to move that 350 over for sure. Let me see. Vote to I move that we move line item 452, local travel and meeting expenses, into line item 496, member reimbursements.
Okay, any council member like to second?
I'll second it.
Thank you,
Yeah, I
co-presidents.
got back. Worked it already.
Did
You
we
know,
want to
back
have a
in the air.
discussion on this,
That's great.
on this particular motion? I see no hands and I see nothing in the chat. So I'm gonna go with a roll call. Recording Secretary Montalban, are
Yes.
you there?
Yes, Christy, can you just repeat those two line item numbers again to me?
Yes, give me 1 second. So local travel and meeting expenses, that's line 452. And then member reimbursement is line 496.
So 452 was local travel and meeting expenses?
Meeting expenses, mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, we're, and I'm sorry, you made the motion and who seconded it?
Co-President Green.
Okay, so we are voting that the council moves line item number 452, local travel and meeting expenses, to line item number 496, member reimbursements. Ms. Christy Angel,
Yes.
Ms. Constance Asiadu,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Aisha Husband,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Chanel Lawrence,
Yes, if I'm up, it's a yes.
Ms. Christy Montalban, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes,
and Miss Amy Meng Tsai.
Yes.
Okay, we have 11 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you. And if you can, we will, if you send that over, we will proceed with that immediately for the changes. Thank you, Treasurer Angel. I will share my screen for the top 5 SCA's capital plan projects. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Thank you.
The box issue right here.
Okay, so the 5 top ones that council members had fill out their selections, 1 in each borough. We started off, which was the top one from a lot of the concern with the M79 school in Manhattan for the replacement of for the elevator. The second one was for Queens, which is the new phone line system for Q75. And the next one is Staten Island for the adult bathrooms, handicapped accessibility. I believe that's the Councilmember Monson, if you can correct me, I can believe that's the 37R campus.
Yeah.
And the change was made on the official form for
Let's
School
come over this
Construction
way.
Authority. Next one is
no.
Bronx, which is at X176 at their campus for the new toilets. They've been having their toilets for several decades. It needs to be replaced. And then lastly, Brooklyn at 771K. The bathroom needs for ADA and accessibility accommodations. That was tallied up with all of the submissions from council members, as you see here. So appreciate all the members that gave their feedback. Is there any questions? Co-President Green?
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. Even with all of that, we still need to have a public vote for the top 5.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
I said, even with all of the compiling and everything, we still need to have a public vote for the top 5.
I had thought that with the top 5, that was going to be the top 5 for the submission.
No, it will still be the top 5 for the submission, but we do need to understand anything we do in terms of putting things out, we got to vote in public for. So yes, we can gather the information other than that, and we can rank it, I guess, if you want to call it that. But we still needed to do a public vote for the top 5. Not for the rest of the sheet, but just for the top 5.
Sure. Do you want to make the motion? Or council member?
Let a council member make the motion.
Council member Spencer?
I make said motion.
Any council
Would,
member second?
I second it.
Council member Lawrence? Seconds the motion?
Correct.
Thank you. Any member like to have a discussion? I see council member Angel's hand up.
Oh, no, I was just seconding.
Okay, thank you. Council member Spencer, your hands up again?
Sorry, I forgot to take it down.
No problem. Any discussion with council members? See no hands, so we will begin with roll call for this motion. Motion by Councilmember Spencer and second by Councilmember Lawrence. Recording Secretary Montavon, you take roll call, please, when you're ready.
Yes, Miss Christie Angel,
Yes.
Miss Constance Sadu, Miss Constance Sadu,
She might have stepped away or something.
We can come back to Councilmember Studo.
Miss Celia Green,
Yes.
Miss Aisha Husbands,
Yes.
Miss Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Miss Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Yes.
Miss Christie Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
and Miss Amy Minxai.
Yes.
Okay, we have 10 votes for yes, the motion has passed.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to the next item, which is any other approvals for this evening. Councilmember Spencer, your hand's up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So we have until March 3rd for all final selections to the budget. And I know there was discussion in reference to maybe throwing a little bit more money toward the annual report or whatever. Is that something that we're going to just tackle on the 1st at our business meeting on the 1st? Or is that something that Treasurer Angel, you're going to have how we're going to tackle that? How do we
I'm going to send out some information via email, and then we can just vote on it from there, because it's not a lot of money that can technically move anyway, but I want to go through and see what won't be used for reimbursements to accurately let us know how much money we can have wiggle room with. So hopefully I can get that sent to us as a council via email well before the 1st, so that on the 1st we can make a sound decision.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Treasurer Angel. Thank you, Co-President Sai.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, I don't see any hands, and we can move to general public meeting. Any members of the community, parents, members would like to ask a question, comment to the council? Welcome to participants that just came in the room. We are at public comments. If you would like to make a comment or a question, we are open. Okay, we will move on. Is there any announcements from council members on the council that would like to share? Councilmember Lawrence, if you're still there, would you like to share the date of President's Council for the month of February?
Yeah, President Council meeting will be held tomorrow, hybrid. It will be in person and it will be virtual. It will be at 177Q Glen School, our recording secretary. It will be at 10 a.m., 10 to 12. And it will be hybrid tomorrow. Also, we will have our support group the following week. It is back. It was well attended. That will be 100% hybrid. It's open to anybody. You don't just have to be a D75 parent. That will be next week, Thursday. All communication will be sent out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members would like to share an announcement?
I would just share is the cop that was killed over this weekend. The student do belong to our district. Just keep that family in prayer. We will be funeralizing him tomorrow because he is Muslim. I will be in at the funeral. Just keep that family in prayer, and also just know that mental health is on the rise. This past weekend, our department, the police department, lost 4 officers, one in the Bronx 46th precinct and 2 in Manhattan and 1 in Queens, all suicidal. Just keep everybody in prayer.
Oh man.
We don't know what people are going to do, so just keep them in prayer.
Mr. Lawrence, you said 4-6 precinct in the Bronx?
Yeah.
That's my precinct.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
So
I'm
just,
sorry for all the loss.
yeah,
Wow.
just keep everybody on your, check in on people, make sure that they're okay, because we don't know what anybody's going to do in their personal life or whatever. So just check in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawrence. I see that we have a parent leader in the space, Rima Izquierdo, who shared something on the chat. So Rima, would you like to share and then share anything with District 75 in this space?
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to comment that President's Councils, it overlaps with CPAC. So just might be competing for meetings. And I'm hosting a Bronx Resource Fair on Saturday from 11 to 2 in the South Bronx, 800 Home Street. I'll email the flyer if anybody wants to come out. I actually have extra tables if you guys want a table. Late notice, but better late than never. And in DLT, we had an amazing assistive technology presentation by our assistive tech team, Mr. Kuroka, and a lot of exciting things around assistive tech and instructional tech for students. Thanks. I wasn't ready, but thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Rima. And it's always nice to have you in the space. We will go to Councilmember Husbands and then we will go to Co-President Green.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone, I stated it earlier, but I just want to state it again, that on February 28th at 12 p.m., we will be having another workshop, which would be held by Mr. David Abrahams from the Travel Training Program for those students who are not able to or not ready to travel train, how to foster independence in our children. Thank you.
Co-President Green.
Thank you, Co-President. So I just want to mention one thing, because I had mentioned it earlier and not a lot of people were on as yet. But a lot of people do know this person, so I'm going to say it again. It was with a heavy heart that we announced that Ms. Nada Franco passed away this week. She passed away yesterday, actually, day before, sorry. And Ms. Nada was a former appointee from CCSE, the Citywide Council on Special Education, the CCHS, and served there. She also served on.
Just talking to Rima.
She also served on the Citywide Council for Special Ed itself after she left CCHS. And before that, she was the president for District 7, the CEC, for a long time. And she's one of the few parents, I think, that was originally from the school boards. So she was a fighter for our kids in particular. She fought long and hard for children with IEPs. She fought for her children, for grandchildren, and for everybody's kids. She made no bones about it. She talked very direct to people, and she did not back down, even if she was going it alone. So I admire that, and I'm hoping that you all will keep her family in your prayers. I'm sure a lot of the Bronx leaders know her well, and even some of the citywide leaders as well. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other anybody from the council or parent leaders would like to share? Appreciate everyone being in this space now. If not,
I'll jump in real quickly, Co-Chair. I did go ahead and clear us through July. I went into the council Zoom on the back end and pulled off all the authenticators except for the committee ones that were requested not. So the council is set. There are no more authenticators on our meetings.
Thank you, Councilmember Angel. If there's no other announcements. Councilmember Lawrence, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to one of our council member who have been faithfully serving food in the community with food pantry in Manhattan, Miss Jewett. And your work is noticed. And I have a appreciation plaque from the mayor office that will be presented to you for your hard work and what you do every week. So thank you.
Thank you. If there is no more announcements, we can adjourn for the calendar meeting this evening and start our business meeting, since this is a combined meeting for the month of February. Do we have any oppositions on adjourning? Council, yes, Rima, you have your hand up?
Sorry, nobody motioned and you were still in public comment, so I figured I'd go for it. I just wanted to elevate that I'm getting a lot of complaints about SLT and it's super frustrating because I need your help, right? I need everyone's help. How do we build our parent leaders up and our parent bodies in our schools to be able to advocate for what they're supposed to be getting? And a ridiculous amount of SLT complaints and all various different things. And it's not just parents making the complaints. And so like as a district, I'd like to think about, or maybe even on the next agenda, like have a discussion. How do we fix this? We can do all the work in DLT, but we need to spread it to everybody. And while we're working to create systems of accountability, how do we actually get parents comfortable holding schools accountable? So I just wanted to elevate that, not like a question, but more of like a call to action and maybe like a next month thing or I don't know. Let's think about it together though. Just wanted to say it in public in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. And I do think as a council and on behalf of the council, we want to collaborate in making sure that all of our D75 schools and SLTs are functioning and they're working cohesively together. So thank you. Any council members would like to add to what I just said to Rima? Any thoughts and any ideas, suggestions? Anything we would like to bring for the next business of the council to discuss? I think we're all kind of juggling right now, Rima, so we will all get back to you and DLT. Thank you, Rima. Councilmember Spencer?
Yeah, I think it's a discussion. Thank you, Rima, for bringing that up. I think we would have to do it in collaboration with President's Council, the way I see it. Hopefully it'll be on our March 1st agenda. So I want to just recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other items we want to share before we adjourn? I know we want to go to our business meeting before midnight. So if no objections, I would like to have a council member motion to adjourn.
Chair
yeah.
Tsai, can I suggest something? Can I suggest that we adjourn and then not end the Zoom or anything, but restart in like 5 minutes just so people can get a 5-second to grab whatever? Or
Sure, that's no
bathroom break
problem.
or
We can
whatever.
have a 5-minute break.
Okay.
If there's no objections on that, I salute 2 thumbs up. So just we'll need to have great. Councilmember Spencer would like to motion to adjourn.
I so motion that we adjourn the calendar meeting February 8th, 2023 at 8:53 p.m.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second it.
Great. Co-President Green. Is there any objections? Any abstentions? Or were you unanimous? Thumbs up if you are all agreement to adjourn.
Almost.
Great. So we adjourned, motion by Councilmember Spencer and second by Co-President Green. We're gonna take 5-minute break, use the facilities, grab something to eat, drink, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, Co-President Green.
Thank you, Co-President Tsai.
Council members, are you back? Make sure, please, if you're back,
Yeah.
come up, please. Make sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
I am, all right, 1, 2, 4, 5. You need one more to go.
Councilmember Asuda, are you there?
I'm back.
Okay, so Lawrence is number 6, so it's good. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. So we will begin with the business meeting tonight, Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. The time is 9:01 p.m. We will begin with roll call. Recording Secretary Montavon.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Present.
Ms. Constance Asiadu,
Here.
Ms. Celia Green,
Present.
Ms. Aisha Husbands, Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Here.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Present.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence,
Here.
Ms. Christy Montavon, present, Mr. Angel Morales,
Present.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Present.
and Ms. Amy Ming Tsai.
Present.
Okay, we have 10 members present. We do have quorum.
Thank you. We will need a timekeeper this evening, and if there's no members that like to volunteer, I'll keep time.
I do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawrence. We will. Do you want to do a moment of silence for President Green?
Yeah, we can. There's been enough tragedy. Yeah, we can. So we're asking for a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Co-President Tsai.
Oh, sure. We're gonna be on the item, motion to adopt the agenda for the business meeting tonight. Any members would like to add or take away or remain the same items on the agenda this evening? Any discussion on the agenda? I see Councilmember Spencer's hand up.
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. If there aren't any changes, I motion to adopt the agenda, the business meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you, Councilman Spencer. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Jewett. Motion by Councilman Spencer and seconded by Councilman Jewett to adopt the agenda this evening. Recording Secretary Montavon, may you please take the roll call.
Ms. Christy Angel,
Present.
it's a vote to adopt the agenda.
Girl, I have a migraine. I'm sorry. Yes, vote to adopt.
Ms. Constance Asiadu,
Yes.
Ms. Celia Green,
Yes.
Ms. Patricia Jewett,
Yes.
Ms. Husbands, are you back?
Yes, I am, and yes.
Ms. Joanne Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Shamel Lawrence, Ms. Christy Montavon, yes. Mr. Angel Morales, Mr. Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Craig Spencer,
Yes.
and Miss Amy Meng Tsai.
Yes.
We have 11 votes for yes. The motion has passed and the agenda is adopted.
Thank you. So the first agenda of the item for the business meeting is just an update, which is unfinished business for the New York City school bus survey. Chair Lawrence, if you would like to update the council as to the survey.
Yeah, so the last thing I heard on that is they were still being shared out. I really haven't had the time to talk to Heather about it because it came out of CCS, Special Education Council. So I'm supposed to catch up with her sometime this weekend. So I can't really report on what was going on with that.
Thank you. Any council members have questions or comments? If not, we'll go to the next item, which is any additional unfinished business we have. Okay, I don't see anything. Is there any unfinished business the council may have, that council members may remember? Councilmember Spencer?
Yeah, I just want to say for the record, unfortunately, due to my work schedule, I'm not able to attend the Include NYC as much as my heart will be there, everybody, Christy and all y'all, but I usually leave for work about 1 o'clock. So that's just going to be tight. So good luck, guys. Thanks, Christy Angel, for all you did and the rest of you guys for supporting, and have a great turnout, guys.
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer. And we'll keep you in mind. You're always participating in the outreach. We will go to new business of the council. I will go to Co-President Green. If you can share the updates
It's the first time I'm not live.
of the call that you and I had with the Family and Community Engagement Team FACE with Jay Verona from School Board Association to host a retreat for council members only training on parliamentary and conflict resolution. So Co-President Green, may you please take the floor?
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. As Co-President Tsai has already stated, we had a call with FACE and with Jay Verona of the School Board Association for New York State. And he is more than willing to have a meeting with the council member also only, CCD75 council members only, for two purposes. One date would be for doing a parliamentary procedure, sort of a brush up thing. And the other date, well, this date that he's proposing would be for a retreat, which is about conflict resolution and how to work better cohesively as a council. So he did propose some dates because he is going to be busy after this, because he does present throughout the country. He proposed February 28th, March 1st, and March 2nd, either at 5 or 6 o'clock until 9, and it would be in person at Tweed. Bear in mind that everything after February 19th is pretty much going to be in person or be hybrid, but it more than likely will be in person. Does anyone have any questions around this or comments or? All right, so go ahead, Councilmember Husbands.
Oh, sorry. You said it had to be in person. It's a workshop. Why does it have to be in person?
It's not just a workshop, it's just for the council. It's not a public meeting. It's not
Correct.
covered in the public meeting. So it's not something that's gonna be public or the public can attend or anything like that. So it's a workshop for the council members specifically, all of us, around conflict resolution and helping councils to work better. He does this throughout the state because he is from the school board and everybody else has school boards. There are about 739 other districts throughout the state. So he basically does it for the 739 others, plus other school districts in other places as well. So he was willing to do a session with us, meaning the council members for CCD75. And, on a date and time. He preferred be in person and stuff. Or at least tried to do it in person. That's why he gave 3 days. Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
I think to help answer her question is reason is in person, Ms. Husband, because there's some on-hand interaction that gotta happen. It's a retreat. If that help answer.
Okay, yeah, that helps answer it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Councilmember Spencer?
Thank you, Co-President Green. So so you're saying we need 2 dates, one for the conflict resolution and one for the parliamentary
No,
procedure?
he's just picking the one for the parliamentary procedures after. He really wants the one for the retreat, I think, first. So the dates that he was available right away for February 28th, you see me? February 28th, March 1st, and March 2nd. Those
And
are the 3 that he's available for now. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. My bad. That's for the conflict resolution.
Yes.
And then parliamentary procedure is something later on down the line?
Yeah. The parliamentary procedure can probably be virtual. Because again, it's not something he's inviting anybody else to and stuff, but something like conflict resolution or retreat or whatever, they do those in person.
Okay. Just for the record, due to my work schedule, the second would be best. The first, I guess, the first or the second. I guess the first makes sense because we have a business meeting right after that. So I guess, it'd be the first or the second for me.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer. Does any other council member have a question or a comment? The second works for me too, Councilmember Spencer. And I think since we have a meeting on the first, it's easier to do it on the second anyway. Any other council member have any question or?
I'm sorry, what is the third date? The 28th, the second, and
the first. The first, we already have a meeting that's on the first. So it's the 28th and the second. The first is our business meeting, I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna look it up because I could be wrong. I think I'm right, but okay.
Yeah, March 1st is our business meeting, and Councilmember Montavon had put in the chat that she prefers the second. So right now we are looking for March 2nd at Tweed Courthouse in the evening. Councilmember Lawrence.
Can I ask a question? For those who, it's not a problem for me, but for those who may not have childcare, will there be an option for childcare for them to participate? The council member.
Mr. Mojica was trying to work on that. He's gonna get back to us if he can, because it's childcare, you gotta get a licensed person. So,
Yeah, because
he was looking to see if he could do that.
Yeah, because that might be a problem for some of our members. So.
No, I understand. It was brought up.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And again, this is just for council members only. Councilmember Husbands, is your hand still up? Councilmember Angel.
Taking it down, but since you called on me, I just wanted to note that the legislative luncheon is the next day at 9. So we would leave there, and then for those who are attending, would leave and then return. So I just wanted to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Councilmember Angel.
All of those dates are in conflict for me. I mean, because of what council member Husbands, I don't know where Lord, I have a headache. Y'all forgive me. Council member Husbands, what she stated. And I do have a conference that's launching the week after that. So I have like my plate completely stacked during that time period. So I wouldn't be able to participate.
Thank you. If the second doesn't work, and I know we have a meeting on the March 1st, and maybe the 20th will not work. And we may have some scheduled joint public hearings that council members would like to attend. Those March 6th, 7th, and 8th would be a date of the 9th or 10th be available to anyone. After that, Mr. Verona may not be able to do this particular retreat for the conflict resolution just because he will not be in the States. So we do really kind of want to get to him as soon as possible, hopefully tonight, as to a date so that majority, as many as we can participate, can participate. I see your hand up, Councilmember Joanne Jones. Ms. Jones.
Thank you. I'm just going to have to double click on what Councilmember Angel stated, that I know you're giving more dates, but I am at this time unclear if I'll be able to make it. I'm glad that Councilmember Lawrence brought up the childcare issue. I'm just not certain that if it's a long retreat, do you know the duration of the time? Is it from 6 to 9, or what is the time frame?
So it's most likely between 5 to 9, and if we can't make 5 to 9, we can try to make 6 to 9. That's just the projection that he's offered to us. And we've done it in my tenure on this council. We've done retreats with Jay Verona in person at our previous office, and it was a very good engagement, and not to compare it to virtually, since we are having these challenges, but the engagement is a little bit different and it's more interacting.
I've been to retreats. I understand about the engagement. It's a rigorous process, and especially when it's dealing with conflict resolution. So it's definitely has to be one-on-one in a group setting. I do understand that. It's just the fact that I don't know if I can make it in person. That's just going to be very, very difficult.
Thank
I'm
you.
just being transparent. Thank you.
No problem. And let us know if however we can support you in any way. We do understand. Councilmember Lawrence.
Oh, forgive me. I had my hand up all that time. No question. Sorry.
Thank you. Any
Council
other-
Co-President Tsai, I'd like to give Mr. Gonzalez from our face liaison a chance to speak on this topic for a moment.
Sure.
Give me a call to the bar station.
Mr. Gonzalez, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. So I just want to reiterate some of the points that some council member has mentioned over here. Yes, one of the things and I know that most of you are very busy with other meetings, and I really understand that. One of the points is that, and I know the concern about childcare, that was something that was also an offer from our department, but also we wanted to make sure that there's a cohesively compromise from the entire council to participate, because we wouldn't like, you know, anyone just to be left out. So for childcare, that was something that's an option that is on the table. As also, one of the things is that, and I probably remind Celia and Amy that also Jay mentioned, like, you know, he gave both of the council co-presidents his cell phone, so they can reach out to him if the council couldn't agree with certain things, because I know specifically, as you mentioned, it's very tight on the first, second, and third 3 meetings on the roles, and also future meeting from other council member prepping for other, you know, meetings. I think it's tight. But I just want Amy and Celia reminding you that if he offer just to give, you know, to reach out to him while the meeting is happening and while the council were having conversations, so he can probably look through probably another possibility. I just want to put that on the table if Amy and Celia wanted to do that also.
Yeah, I can reach out and find out if he can come up with something that's more amenable to the council. I do have a question, based on what some of the other council members have said. Do we know if we would have had, childcare? Like, was that solidified in any way, or?
It is, yeah, as far as I understood from our conversation that day, and Jesse, Mr. Mojica stated that if the council agree upon this day and time, that will be a totally possibility, because we understand that childcare is a necessity for the council members, especially for that day. And you know, as the parents, they will need, that will be a resource that they will need. So just on the behalf of Jesse, I'm sure that that's a possibility. And also he mentioned that it's not any childcare, it's a professional licensed person that will be you know, taking care, doing the childcare that day, if the entire council agree on that.
Do any council members have any questions that they want to ask Mr. Gonzalez before we go back into the discussion? All right, so what is the consensus? Hearing none. What is the consensus? I know that some people said they could come on the second. And the concern other than that is childcare. And I think we can probably solidify that at some point. But I also hear what Council Member Angel had said when she said that the other event is the next day. So do people want to propose other dates? Is that what the consensus is? Or do people want to go along with the date of the second, or, and this is for the council members. How are we moving forward? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I need to rescind my availability because I just recognize it's a longer process. So the first is out. The second is not realistic if you need to go back to Tweed the next morning. I think a later date will be needed. That's just my opinion. So I need to rescind my availability for the dates that's presented, unfortunately, based on those circumstances. And recognizing that the work that Treasurer Angel and fellow members are putting for this legislative thing on the 3rd.
All right, so Mr. Spencer, do you want to do this? Do you want to send, when you know of it, your availability? So that we can base some dates around that?
Well,
if possible.
that's a challenge. My work schedule is on a weekly basis. I anticipate it's going to be moved this month. Hopefully, it'll stay the same next month. I'm generally off Wednesdays and Thursdays, but I'm not going to get too deep into my situation here. But that's so. Wednesdays and Thursdays. If it's a date on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I could tentatively agree. That's the best answer I can give based on my circumstances.
Okay, fair enough.
So can I just jump in?
Go ahead.
Because I think that they if we want to do it during midwinter recess the week before, these 3 dates, if anybody is available on a date, preferably. I know it's kind of short notice, but if we want to do it so that's not the next day of having the legislative breakfast.
So many people in your party?
Councilmember Lawrence?
Yeah, I agree with you, Co-President Amy. It's just short notice, but if that's what he have presented us with, I would say let's do it February. Even though it's short notice, because if we don't do it in these time, we might chance missing out on the opportunity of having him present for us. So I heard you say that he will be leaving after the March dates or something to travel. So that wouldn't work for us because now we going into another month. So I would say February.
So just hearing from Councilmember Spencer on a more feasible date, Wednesday and Thursday, would that be possible for any other council members for the week of midwinter recess?
So, Co-President, I'm sorry, the week that the kids are off, is that the week that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and would it be the
Out
same
there.
time? Do you think it would be the same time or possibly during the day?
What we will have to check with him on that time. Because he will be coming from out of city into the city. So we'll have to check the time. And the reason why we have it in the evening is because it would be suitable for everyone who was working or have other concern a day. But since it's midwinter recess, we can check.
Okay, I may be available depending on the date and time for that week. Thank you.
I think it would be the 20, wrong date, sorry. I think it would be the 22nd and the 23rd respectively.
Correct.
All right, so we'll get in touch with Mr. Rorona and ask about the 22nd and the 23rd before we even go further. And if it is available, I don't know how many council members would be able to make either the 22nd or the 23rd of February. So
Sorry, Co-President Green. I'll pencil it in my calendar. If something changes, I'll keep you guys in the loop.
okay, and Mr. Lawrence also put a thumbs up. So anyone else?
Just a curiosity, and I know Councilmember Montalban has to come from Staten Island. Councilmember Montalban, are you able to move around schedule?
I have a couple of work meetings scheduled for those days, so I would have to see about moving them and also look into childcare because I do have to come from Staten Island, and even though childcare would be provided, it would not be feasible for me to bring my 3 children into Manhattan. They're not my daughter would not be able to handle that commute. So I would have to find childcare, and so I wouldn't be able to commit at this time, but I would do my best whenever it's scheduled to see if I can make it.
Thank you, Councilmember Montalban. All right, so I think what we should do is we'll reach out to Mr. Ravona tomorrow. And ask him if of his availability, if he's even available for the 22nd and 23rd, because he did give us the 28th. And if he is available, then we'll go from there. We'll send back the availability to the council and find out how many people can actually make it on the 22nd. 22nd or the 23rd, sorry. And
So I think we changed from March 2nd to now the 22nd, 23rd possible dates.
yeah, February. Mhm.
And
That's only if he's available, because he could be booked.
what time are we looking for?
I think we still have to stay with evening, only because some people do work and some of our council members are coming from work. Councilmember Jewett, go ahead.
Pretty much. I think you ought to do like a kind of a survey to find out, you know, what time of the day people are really available. And I do agree that maybe we should be looking at the evening hours because, you know, generally people work days and they're off in the evening. But you still need to know a majority of who's available from who's not.
I do have a question.
Personally,
Would this be
I'm
easier?
gonna try to do
Sorry, go
on
ahead.
you gonna say is it gonna be easier like on a Saturday?
Yeah. Because that's
That would be
daytime.
again up to the person that wants to do the retreat. What is his availability? Now we're asking him to invest a weekend in us. But you should survey the council members and see basically, you know, what is their availability Wednesday, Thursday, or Saturday, and if it's in the week, is it, you know, are they available during the day versus the
Well,
what is their availability?
I think Saturday gives an availability for the day. So, and not just that Saturday, it's usually easier for someone to find childcare because it's harder to do that during the week. You may have someone that is off on the weekend that might be able to help with childcare on a weekend. It has been the experience of a lot of parents. So if we had something on a Saturday, perhaps we could do an earlier session, you know, and have someone watch the kids. They'll each be responsible for having someone watch the kids in their own. Ms. Jewett, did you have anything more before I go on to Mr. Lawrence?
No, I'm gonna take my hand down.
All right, Mr.
Sorry about
Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Saturday, maybe we need to confirm with Jose, because I'm pretty sure that somebody from Central would have to be there. And you gotta see if Tweed would even allow that on Saturday, especially with everything that's going on with the election and stuff, or the event. And it's harder to find somebody to work childcare on Saturday as an educator, trust me. So you know, I think even might be our best to stay that way. Saturdays will be a little rough for me.
All right. I just want to put all options out there because when we ask him, we need to know when he's available as well. Because we could have something that all the council agrees on and then he's not available.
And Miss Montemar wrote in the chat too. She said evenings work better for her too.
Okay. Okay, that will be noted. All right, does any other council member have any other discussion on this?
I want to ask, I think that in person for several hours may be difficult, especially traveling from far distance. Just surveying members here, and I know this is preferably better to be in person. How most likely can members, if it is an evening, if it's on one of those 2 days, can come? because I know everyone would be interested to join, but it would just, it would sadden me that, because there are challenges, we can also just see if, what virtual look like. Councilmember Angel?
Yes, I wanted to say, I literally, not to throw like a wrench into anything, I don't know what my availability is. There's a lot going on top of what I'm medically doing with Christian, that I don't know if that would even be sound to try to bring him with me or to leave him with someone as we're working through, things medically. So I'm not sure where I sit on anything right now because I'm in the middle of working through some things. I don't feel comfortable enough to leave him, and I don't really feel comfortable enough to bring him currently. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you for the input. So that creates a different thing. So maybe what we can ask, maybe we will have to pick some different date, because obviously that will not, it would not work if you're tending to certain issues. Maybe we could have him do the parliamentary procedure thing first, which would not necessarily have to be in person, so to speak. And then pick another date for a date that he's available and the council is available, or whatever else it is, but it just won't be, it wouldn't be within the same month. And Mr. Lawrence, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would ask you to ask him, could he do it hybrid? Because based on what we are hearing here, some can make it in person. Those who can't, can they join hybrid? What that looks like. And I think that's what Co-President Amy was saying. So I will ask for that model if possible. Therefore, everybody could participate.
Okay, and Ms. Husbands gave a thumbs up, so, all right, relax. Definitely ask.
Okay, I think there's a lot that we're going to take back to Jesse and Jay about, and try to find a good date for everyone and how that would look like if we do need to do it hybrid. And we'll get back to council members, and this is only for council members again, so expect, and if you have any more questions and thoughts, please email to the entire council. So we will, if there's no more questions or suggestions, we can go to the next item for the meeting tonight. Speaker is Councilmember Spencer on discussion for his item that he requested. Councilmember Spencer?
Thank you, Co-President Tsai. I'm going to be brief because of the time. And I think this is something that might be more toward the bylaws committee, and we got some time. So am I allowed to share my screen?
Sure.
Do I have, let's see. Where am I? Hold on, let me, thank you. All right, let me just make sure I got the right. Okay, good. All right, there we go. Yep, so we'll do that, share that. All right, can everybody, it's got email saying greetings. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so just for public record, I believe this council is at a precipice right now to make itself stronger than it ever has been. And Co-President Green and Constance, Patricia, you can comment on this. We have a chance to invest in ourselves with these new District 75 seats. that are happening in the local CECs. Is a chance for maybe those that couldn't make it onto this council will go to a local council, see how that works, and then come to this council here that much stronger. So I sent an email out on 26th of January asking this discussion point be on the agenda to add to our bylaws. If it's not already added, make sure there's borough representatives appointed by each president or co-president in July or August, and make those borough presidents communicate bi-monthly with the CCD75 reps in their borough virtually, where they check in with them and whatever. I'm not going to, like I said, it's late. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm just presenting this here on my screen to make sure that the public sees what I'm speaking of. Like I said, it's January 26th email. Those who didn't get it, let me know. But yeah, I guess I better go. It reinforces the gravity of what parent brings into their CEC space. It strengthens our perception as a whole citywide as a D75 parent advocate, as a formidable and united force. Should reduce instances where a CEC parent might feel isolated. It addresses any hurdles that they might not be able to solve on their own. Identifies trends, both good and bad, for this council to
talk too much in meetings and ain't doing enough work in the background. It's like, this is what they're doing. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm frustrated.
I'll be brief.
Go ahead.
Right, thank you. Okay, so like I said, listening to the council, to Treasurer Angel, maybe this is something that the bylaws committee could, and since Constance says she's gonna, I'll stop sharing my screen. Yeah, so maybe this is something that the bylaws committee could discuss and then bring it to a vote. But I just feel it's something that this council is investing in itself, and that's where I'm coming from. Just invest in itself to leave it better than the way we found it, and that's it for now. Thank you, Co-President Tsai and Co-President Green.
Thank you. AC Councilmember Husbands and then Co-President Green.
No, Christian did that.
Yes, Mr. Spencer, I responded to that email and there was a suggestion to speak to Gloria about this. I don't recall her last name, but we have a ongoing every Monday we meet with her, and we actually met with her this past Monday, and I think your ideas would be well suited to bring to her, and then she can possibly bring it back to FACE to see, because I think for us to regulate what 32 other councils and people would do, I think we can't do that independently. We should speak to FACE, and Gloria is the liaison at this point. So I think speaking to her may be a good starting point.
Thank you, Ms. Husbands. This has nothing to do with regulation. Nothing in my email says regulation. It's just corresponding with a fellow D75 advocate to make sure that they don't feel like they're on an island. That's got nothing to do with FACE. It goes back to how
it encourages communication and it encourages communication.
Parent empowerment.
You stated 90 minutes, so that there was a definite time period that you stated in the email, and a bi-monthly. So what I'm saying is, and we also discussed this, something like this was actually brought up in the meeting to Gloria, and she said she's going to bring it back. It wasn't as extensive as what you are proposing, and I'm just suggesting that you bring that to her as well.
Thank you, Ms. Husband. So I will do that, but in the meantime, we are an independent body. So I just wanted to make sure as an independent body, we present this. I heed your suggestion. I will do so and follow up with the council accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-President Green.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer, I'm gonna, I hesitate to give background, but I'm gonna give background anyway, whether or not people say it's fast. CCSE does reach out to their 1 through 32 council members. They have a conference, a scheduled conference every year. Sometimes they have 2 conferences a year where they invite their the IEP rep, specifically the IEP rep, on every council 1 through 32.
Yes.
So it's not without precedent.
Yes.
However, I'm going to say this, because we're also supposed to meet with President's Council at least quarterly, and we should be more, diligent, vigilant about that. I'm going to say this, maybe the things that we can do is we can put certain things into the bylaws where we can suggest that there be a meeting. It may not be, Mr. Spencer, it might not be a monthly or bi-monthly. It might have to be more of a quarterly thing, only because it is 32 other councils, and once they're on that council, their alliances to that council, even though they're representing the D75 body in that council. And I understand the meeting with them because it will give them strength in terms of information that they can get from us as to how our district runs, because ours is programming within a school building. And I think it will help them to be able to better help their constituency in those individual districts. So I agree with the idea. However, there's a couple of things that we have to work on. One, the borough reps never went into the bylaws. So we really don't have borough reps. And 2, we are not CCHS, who does have borough reps. They have 2 people per borough. So I was a Brooklyn rep on CCHS along with another Brooklyn rep, and so on and so forth. Everybody had 2 reps. And that was, and when you're running, it's specific to that. Right. So I actually got specifically voted on a council for being a borough rep. So we either have to, and it will not necessarily work. Let's say we don't, this year we're lucky and we have Ms. Maltavon from Staten Island, but we don't always have. Sometimes you get 6 people from Queens. You know what I'm saying? So I think maybe there needs to be an adjustment that we ask for. I'm not dismissing your idea. I like your idea. I'm saying maybe there needs to be an adjustment that we ask for in our stuff, because everybody else is getting an extra person. Every single council right now is getting an extra person. Maybe we should ask that we be elected by borough. So 2 for Brooklyn, 2 for Staten Island, 2 for the Bronx, 2 for Queens, 2 for Manhattan. Maybe we should specifically ask, because I don't think it's impossible to do that. The same issue happens with CCSE. A lot of times they'll end up with 4 people from Queens, and another 3 people from the Bronx, and so on. So they don't get every borough. They don't always get every borough elected because of the way that the election goes for both our council and for CCSE. But CCSE, like I said, does manage to meet with their people once or twice a year, meeting each individual IEP member. And I think we can probably establish something like that, and should establish something like that, to give some sort of reinforcement to those that are coming in, or some sort of help anyway, to those that are coming in, and maybe new to 75, or even if they're not new to 75, don't know as much about 75, so that we can help disseminate information and they'll be able to better help their constituency along the way. Because I think that's what you mean it for them to be able to better serve their constituency, who are D75, and for us to also lead that sort of training. And yes, FACE is support for all councils, but FACE does not run any council, because we are all, the only council that was under the city, was under a chancellor, was us. And we are no longer that. They're under people worked very hard. I'm sure Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Spencer were two of them to get us under the state. So we are under state law. That's why I keep saying we have to vote for things. Anything that we have in these text chains, and when there's more than two of us on it, and anything that we have in emails when there's more than two of us on it can be foiled. Freedom of Information Act, especially if only if it pertains to the council, of course. But since a lot of stuff does pertain to council work, I just want to make sure that people are aware. That's why I keep saying we have to have public votes and stuff. That's just an aside from what was going on with Mr. Spencer. But Mr. Spencer, I agree with you. I just think that having it be monthly or bi-monthly is a little much because they're going to have their own meetings to go to as well, you know, and their own joint public hearings and their own everything else. So I do think maybe if we can have perhaps the quarterly also meet with them and incorporate President's Council in that, so that we can kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. It might be a little easier for the heavy lifting. They might agree to at least 3 or 4 times a year. I think that
Thank
might be a
you.
lot easier. Okay.
Thank you, Thank
All
you,
right.
Co-President.
So I'm gonna,
Yeah, like,
I'm gonna give the rest of my time to Mr. Lawrence.
okay. I just want to comment on, in addition to what Councilmember Husbands is, I by no means my email is an edict. I'm only one person. I only fathered one child. This is just a proposal to my fellow council members, and that's what this is. So Ms. Husbands, I hope you're not offended. I wasn't trying to offend you. Ms. Angel, I wasn't trying to offend anybody else. I wasn't trying to offend you. I'm just expressing myself as a council member. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. Number one is I just want to say one thing. I keep hearing that the borough reps was not put into there. I got Ms. Altman finding those minutes. It was adopted into our agenda under myself and Mr. Spencer in the first term when he was the vice. So it was adopted into the bylaws, and we looking for those bylaws because a lot of things people keep saying it wasn't adopted. It was adopted into there. It was recognized, and we're gonna find those minutes and make sure that the next council have them. They should be somewhere in the office. I have not been to the office. I will eventually set up with you and Amy to come there to try to find that because that's very important. That's one thing. Number two is I stand behind Mr. Spencer with this. We are an independent body, and being one of the person that's fought to get us into state, no disrespect to Jose, but I be darned if face dictate to how we run this council. I'm sorry. Face anybody. I'm sorry. That's not gonna happen. So Mr. Spencer, keep going with your proposal. I stand with you, and we will make it happen. And I think that is a way to keep our fellow D75 parents up to date with what's going on, because we all know that they're not going to be welcome to each 32 council the way they should be. So them having us as a person and support is a good idea. And that's where I leave it at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I think in the interest of time, it's 10 o'clock and I hear people, my wife gets migraines, Miss Angel, so I don't want to prolong this. Constance, maybe if you could just put this in your, whatever plans you make for your bylaw committee. I just want to make sure it's out there here publicly, and then we could talk about it in the bylaws committee and then bring it back. We got some time, but I don't want to upset or infuriate or negatively. I just want to make sure that it's out there. That's all. Thank you for the time. Anybody else has got I also want to say, I'm sorry. Yeah, what I mentioned in terms of bi-monthly 90 minutes, it's just a guideline. It's just something, something out there. It wasn't, I'm figuring it's a borough thing. So that's going to take a minute of time, and it's not going to be terribly instant. So if you're meeting quarterly or bi-monthly or quarterly, you're going to need a good 2 hours just to hear everybody, and then that's what I was thinking. But like I said before, I mean, I'm just one council member. I'm just putting it out there. Vice President Jewett, I recognize your hand.
Okay, I just wanted to say I get your point. I really do understand what you're trying to convey. You really, like you said, you just want the new members that represent District 75 in the various councils to know they're not alone, and to know that we're here as a resource and support for them. And the only way to make that happen is to encourage us to reach out and communicate with them. Let them know that we're here. Because a lot of parents don't know that we're here. So, and I know that your suggestions of times and stuff was just a basic guideline. So I hear you and I support your idea. Okay?
Thank you, Vice President
Thank
Jewett.
you for your time.
Thank you. Co-President Tsai, Co-President Green, I yield the floor. Like I said, Constance, if I'll talk to you offline, just if we could put this in the bylaws and all that, and then we'll represent to the council April or May or whatever. I don't want to take any more time. It's almost 10 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer. If you ever have opportunity, any Mondays, at 4 p.m., I believe, Gloria Casino, who is the elections liaison, she is meeting with members on this council and members of President's Council through this season of the elections. The process of the application, the forum, and the voting process through now till April. So if you have it in your schedule to attend, I encourage you to, so that you can feed into all these recommendations that you have. And I think that would be best way to also work along with other CEC members across the city that also would like to know more about D75. I think this is a great way to inclusively become united in New York City for all of our programs. So thank you, Councilmember Spencer, for spending and creating your document tonight.
For the record, my work schedule prevents it, but I will reach out to Gloria and follow up.
Appreciate that. I just wanted to do is there any other more discussion?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember, sorry, Co-President Tsai. Councilmember Asidu, did you want to say something? Because it was going to land in your committee. Constance?
Sorry, Co-President Green, my mic is open.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah.
Did you want to say
Sorry about
something in terms of what
Not at
Councilmember
this moment.
Spencer has
Thank you.
proposed? Okay. All right, and Councilmember Jewett, that was from before? Councilmember Jewett? Your hand was up from before?
Yes, it was from before. Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember, sorry, Co-President Tsai.
No problem, thank you. I just wanted to update the council and just check in with members on the council. Right now, there's a possibility of February 22nd or the 23rd, between the times of 6 to 9, doing it virtually.
Oh,
If the council
Sorry.
can, if this is
I
best
didn't-
for council members to participate, you can give me a thumbs up, and we'll have to check in with Face as well, but it looks like if we can make this feasible for everyone. Councilmember Spencer.
Yeah, like I said, I'll pencil it in. I don't know my schedule. It's a week-to-week basis, but I'll pencil it in and keep you guys in the loop.
Okay, Councilmember Lawrence,
Is this full virtual or hybrid?
full virtual.
Okay, I would ask that those who can make it in person be given that option.
I think is that he will need to come into the city to do this, and he would preferably if the majority of councils be in person. It wouldn't. So that was
Well,
the,
let's find out if the majority can be in person. Let's find that out first.
And also he did mention that his daughter lives in the city, so he comes in all the time. That's one of the things he did say. So, but I get where you're coming from because he's coming from upstate.
yeah, he confirms that he can do virtually for the 22nd or the 23rd.
Yeah, my only thing with that is I don't want to take away from anybody who want to get that in-person experience. So that's why I had said hybrid if there was a way.
I agree with you on that, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Lawrence, sorry. Councilmember Lawrence, I agree with you on that because it is something where if it's conflict resolution, you want it to be more interactive.
I agree as well. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, so I think we should ask for hybrid if that's possible.
Okay.
Okay, we'll get back to the council, announced.
Wait,
Councilmember Husbands, do you have anything?
yes, thank you. I just wanted to say if you can, not you, but if the council could correspond via email, so some of this discussion could be alleviated prior to the meetings and prior to the actual scheduled date. So everyone can give their availability and we can confirm it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else before we move to the next item? Okay, we will move on to any future items for the next meeting or future topics or presenters for future meetings.
There's one thing I'd like to suggest because between now and March or sometime in March, I guess. Yes, we need to do we still need to do the public hearing. So with or without the documents, we still need to do the public hearing, so. Because it's one of the things that we are tasked to do. So that we need to maybe pick a date. And maybe as Councilmember Husbands has said, we can do that by email.
I have a question. Is this coming from the entire council or is this coming from the Committee on Utilization Capacity?
The Committee on Utilization of Capacity is not tasked with it. The council is tasked with it. Once we went under state law, it's tasked with doing that. It was tasked with doing it before it was under state law. That's why I kept pushing for it because it's a separate thing and it's something that has to be done.
Okay, I just want clarity because we had this conversation in our December meeting that the public hearing was going to be done separately and that the committee will be arranging a date and time to do the public hearing.
All right, well, if the committee, Councilmember Acedio, is the committee doing a date and time or should we do the whole council? Because I think it's the whole council.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I believe there were dates put out and voted on. 4 dates were presented for the hearing. And for the co-presidents to check with School Construction Authority on their availability. Am I incorrect, Mr. Spencer?
You are correct, Constance. I just don't
So
have
I've
those.
been waiting for that contact to be confirmed. Thank you.
I
All
Gotta
right.
check the dates.
Thank you, Councilmember Arcidio. And Councilmember Spencer.
Okay, thank you. Since are we remaining those two dates for March from the previous dates as given?
I'm sorry, say again, Co-President?
I believe there was 4 dates, 2 in February and 2 in March, and the 2 dates, which is one was already passed and the other one is very close. So are we looking for those 2 remaining March dates? If they are available?
Probably, I'm not even sure at this point. I'm gonna let Councilmember Arcidio go ahead and then come back to it.
I just wanted to say thank you, thank you, Councilmember Montalban. The second has already been ruled out as a date for the New York State School Board. So I gather it would be ruled out for a public hearing as well, unless the council wants to reconsider it. The 1st of February and the 15th, there are 3 dates available. 15th of February, the 2nd of March, and the 9th of March. So the vote was for the outreach to SCA to find out their availability for the public hearing. I don't know if that's been done. Thank you.
All right, I'll make sure to double down on that and see if March 9th, since the 2nd, as you said, is ruled out because we have the legislative breakfast on the 3rd, and the other 2 dates had passed. So I'll see if they have the 9th, and if they don't have the 9th, then we'll come back to the council at the next meeting and ask is available. Go ahead, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Co-President Green. Thank you, Constance. For the 9th, there is a JPH from 6 to 8 p.m. for 265K. So we just want to, I don't know if we want to try to have, if SCA is available to do something before that. I just want to put that out there in terms of.
It would have to be after, because that's actually my one of the buildings involved in my school. So it would have to be after. All right.
All right. So yeah,
Be
just
there
want
as
to
an
put that.
SLT person. So.
Okay. Just want to put that out there. Thanks.
Thank you for reminding me. All right. So I will find out from SCA what dates might be available and come back with those, and we'll do it in email and see where it goes based on people's availability. Whatever the most people are available from the council is what we'll do. All right, Co-President Side, go ahead if there's anything else.
There's nothing else other than if any members of the council have items that they want to add to the next meeting or topics for future meetings. Things want to add that we have postponed. Council members, Spencer, is your hand still up?
Yes. So an update on Co-President Green's attempt. I'd like that to be added to the March 1st agenda. Her attempt to have this hearing with SCA. What else was that? The budget. Final vote on the budget. Have that on the March 1st event agenda. Yeah, I think that's it for now. If there's anything else, I'll put it in the email. Thanks.
Thank you. And
Okay.
did you want to add the other item that you postponed in the calendar meeting to disclose with the public as the previous item?
Yeah, you can add that. I'll just it's either going to be worked in the committee or it'll be something to be presented on the 15th. But yes, please. So I'll work with Constance offline, offline and give it, and if you could put it on an agenda for the first, and then I'll say whether it's being worked in the committee or what have you. But yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. And I do see that the request also has this item for an April meeting as well. Is that the sense?
Yes.
Any other council members have any items to add for future meetings or next meeting? And the next meeting will be March 1st for the business.
And if it's possible, and I guess Treasurer Angel could tell us if that works for her, if we can do that final budget modification at that time, so that we don't have to have a separate meeting for that. Because I realized the thing is the 3rd and it's right behind it. The deadline. Councilmember Angel?
Everything should be fine to go on the meeting on the 1st.
All right, so then we don't have to have a separate meeting for that, but definitely we'll mention on the flyer, if it can go out on the flyer, that budget modification is along with our business meeting, we're also gonna do budget modification. Would be greatly.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, co-president, it's fine.
I don't see anything. If there's nothing else, then we can adjourn the business meeting for this evening.
I make a motion that we adjourn the business meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawrence. Can you get a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Councilmember Jewett. Is there any opposed? Or are there any abstaining from this motion? All right, seeing and hearing none. We're officially calling adjournment at 10:12 p.m. Thank you for all who stayed, for all who participated, and for all who came out. We appreciate you. We hope you come back. All right. Thank you and have a very
Night, everybody.
Stay safe. Good night.
Have a safe winter
Have a
break,
good night.
everybody.
Take
Thanks for
care.
everything. February 13th, last deadline, February 13th. All y'all that's gonna run February 13th, next Monday. Nixa, baby.
Hi, Raji.